Recording in progress.
Any hands? Are we all happy with the program? Okay. Then I see that we have been joined by the CGE. I
Chair,
think everybody. Yes.
Sorry, Chair. I've been trying to raise my hand. I was struggling.
No worries.
Can I propose, Chair, that we defer a question of a program to a segment of the meeting where we'll be dealing with the minutes, so that we are not rushed in terms of what we think must happen in terms of the whole program. There's no major issues with the program. I'm just saying that before we take a decision to move ahead, can we just give it sufficient time? Because I heard you saying that you are giving it 7 minutes to be dealt with. So can we just move it to another segment of the meeting, wherein we will just have to dwell deep into it?
No problem, Honorable Sotetsi. That is fine. I just thought that I would try and condense today's program because I know some members would want to travel to join the minister's program later, but that's fine. We can definitely leave it to deal later when we deal with the minutes. I think our guests, I see Mr. Brown has joined us. I can see Mr. Brown, welcome. Good morning. Do we have the CGE with us? Oh, I see.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, we are here.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to your delegation.
Good morning.
And thank you very much for joining us this morning. I think we felt it prudent as a portfolio committee chairperson, since we are currently confronted again with rising cases of gender-based violence. It is also Youth Month, but if we look at the levels of violence in our country, it does reflect a worrying picture. We often talk about a silent pandemic, but it's not so silent because we as a country reflect a country at war with itself. If we look at the numbers of violence against women and children. So we felt it prudent this morning then to engage with two of your research reports. So the one on GBV, the one on gang violence. We often know we are in Youth Month and we know when young people aren't able to access opportunities, they often turn to gangs. And we also know that there's a strong link between gang violence and GBV. And so we really thank you for being with us this morning. We look forward to receiving your two reports and your insights. And we will, after your report, also be engaging with Mr. Jeff Brown, who will be tabling a discussion paper to us. And thereafter, we will open for discussions and questions. So over to you, Chairperson. You can introduce your delegation and then take it from there.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the invitation to you and to the committee at large. Chair, today we have got the Deputy Chair, Commissioner Subraya Naidu. We have got Commissioner Nomvungu, we've got Commissioner Gumede, we've got Commissioner Leanne van der Merwe, we've got Commissioner Mulalo, and I just wanted to deal with the commissioners first. We've got, I think Commissioner Samai at some point was struggling to come in. I hope she has finally come in. We also have Commissioner Ngomane. Oh yes, Commissioner Samai is here. And Commissioner Naidu, the other Naidu, Dr. Naidu, is also here. So, Chairperson and honorable members, there's a full composition of us as the commissioners, just a short of two. One is Commissioner Mohane, who is on accouchment leave, and the other one is Commissioner Tele, who had a prior CGE engagement, which he couldn't get out of. Those are the two apologies I would like to tender. Our delegation is far wider. Today in this meeting here, we've got the CEO, as you know, that's how it should happen, and the acting HOD of research, who's supposed to come and unpack some of the issues that may, methodological issues and content issues that may come from yourselves. is unable to join us today due to ill health. So we have got two researchers, senior researchers, Dieketseng Motlakwana Motopi and Tabani, who will be taking us through the content today. And then in addition, we have Florence Mashita, who we asked to come and note the questions and any other logistical challenges that we may have, she will respond to. But we also have the manager in the office of the chairperson, Nothemba Sojika, who will also be noting some of the issues that are raised here so that they are captured professionally, and then we can even come back to answer to you. So that's the total composition of my delegation, chairperson and honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Can I also just ask that we turn on our videos if bandwidth allows? So you can start with the presentation if you are ready. Oh, there you are. Hello, Chair.
Honorable members and chairperson, yes, we are ready. As per your request, today we will be presenting two reports. The men, masculinity and gangs, investigating the persistence of male gangs in selected provinces of South Africa. That's the first one. And the second one is towards a GBV index for South Africa. Let me start with the GBV index just in terms of my introduction. I don't know how the CEO will approach it, but I just thought this one is quite brief and clear. The CGE in the past, a distant past, may I add, had done a GBV index, which we have tried as much as possible to trace, but we cannot trace. But over and above the fact that the CGE had initiated this, as the custodian of the discourse and failures of gender equality, we also felt that the high levels of violence now, amongst other things, is actually a cause for concern and therefore needs a professional and concerted effort to approach it. But now, unlike in the past, we have got several instruments, your NSP and a whole lot of others. We've got ERAP, which, yes, has finally folded. But based on that, we actually felt that we need to revisit this so that there is some systematic approach to why the high levels of violence, if we can, not even why actually, but what does it take to measure them, and have a catalog of subjects and areas that we wish to monitor through this index. We have already started at another level with our past involvement. As you know, we were in Mpumalanga, where we raised with SAPS and NPA our concerns with regards to the high withdrawals of GBV reported cases at police station level and at the level of prosecution. More and more women were withdrawing, and we have raised issue with that. We have got a report to that effect. We will make it available to you because we found very interesting issues. But what is of concern with those issues was exactly what we know, where women are discouraged, women are told this will not hold in court, there isn't sufficient evidence, you know, and a myriad of excuses that SAPS and prosecution duty bearers give to discourage women. So the index cannot come at a better time. But secondly, after Mpumalanga, last year during the 22nd, 3rd, 4th, and 25th of November, during that time, just before the 16 days, we spent 5 days in KwaZulu-Natal, wherein we did oversight with SAPS, DOJ, NPA, DSD, and Department of Health. And once again, to our concern, we still find serious disjointure, despite NSP. One could even safely say a total disregard it's business as usual with a lot of those departments. But what was of concern to us was that even within that business, there isn't much output that you are seeing. For an example, in a quarter, they all agreed that they meet between 11 and 14 times. Quarter is 90 days. So when you take out weekends, it would be like about 60 days. So in 60 days, they meet between 11 and 14 times. And out of that, you still have a high level of withdrawals, as we saw in Mpumalanga. We also have challenges with specimens that the DOJ district surgeon, head of district surgeon, actually, Dr. Naidu, actually said, when they don't come and fetch them, some of them we destroy. In terms of the laws of South Africa, Dr. Naidu, it could be argued, is an officer of the law by virtue of his position, but is also a civilian, which was of concern to us, that a civilian says, I use my discretion, I destroy them. And the rationale was that because they are a living specimen, they tend to be compromised. And we are still following up on and therefore not helpful. We're still following up on that, but you also are aware of the laboratory that has not come to fruition for many, many years. Therefore, the specimens are usually brought to Gauteng or Cape Town or taken to private laboratories. So it's those things that but we started, and this GBV index is actually going to help. When we agreed on the GBV index in February 2022, we actually met with critical stakeholders. United Nations Population Fund is a critical stakeholder who will be assisting us with some of the logistical and financial resources that we may need there. We consulted academics, we consulted government departments as widely as possible, and we also consulted as widely as possible civil society organizations who gave input into the index itself. So we are at the beginning stages of the index. Dr. Matotoka will take you through, but it is quite an exciting index that we would like to follow, because for too long now, South Africa has been saying government must do this, the challenges are this. We always come with individual or just a small group. Maybe we need a comprehensive list, a comprehensive catalog of how the land lies out there and where things are going wrong. So that's the GBV index, where Dr. Matotoka will go into it. And the second one is on masculinities. It actually is a qualitative study in terms of methodology, but by design, it is case studies, wherein we interviewed 38 participants, all of them gang members. We had 2 senior SAPS officials. These are the specifically senior SAPS officials who are the anti-gang coordinators, if one could put it that way. But they are the people who are dealing with the anti-gangsterism strategy of government in the country. Then we also had 19 senior officials from the Department of Correctional Services, because of the link, especially in some of the provinces, as you will hear, of gangsterism outside and inside, that manifests itself or migrates between the communities and the correctional service centers. And we had 2 subject experts, professors from WITS, who actually went through our study and who gave input into it. And we have 4 NGO representatives who were also walking this journey with us, and are NGOs that are working in this area of anti-gangsterism. So in a nutshell, that's who we are. And these 2, especially the gangsterism study, is actually one of 69 research studies that the CGE has undertaken over the years. I think since as early as 2009, when the research department was actually revived, because it has always been part of our mandate. So we have about 69 reports, and we're looking forward to you as a committee going through those reports with us and getting to know more about the work that we do, although this will be just part one of the many areas of our mandate. With those few words, Chair and your committee, I would like to hand over to the CEO to delve into the reports. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO. But please do be mindful of the time. We've given you, you've basically got about a half an hour. I hope that is sufficient.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I will try to be as fast as I can, but also not missing details in terms of the reports. And Chairperson, by way of background, I think the Chairperson has assisted me in terms of the work that we have done as the Commission for Gender Equality to alleviate and mitigate, existing factors that contribute towards the current wave of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. The Chairperson made reference to 2 interventions, one in KZN as well as in Mpumalanga. But I need to also add, Chairperson, that in Eastern Cape, we've also had an engagement where we focus on the state of Tutuzela care centers, where we had to now interrogate the existing systems challenges so that we can ensure that they're effective in terms of providing services that are enabling, survivors to prepare themselves for the necessary courts and testify accordingly. And this is so because, Chairperson, the statistics do reflect, I think also even the annual report of the National Prosecuting Authority does indicate that the survivors that actually go through the Tutuzela care centers, they tend to do very much well when it comes to the preparation of the case, the testifying of evidence during the examination in chief, as well as through the cross-examination. So we felt also, Chairperson, this is an important structure that we needed to interrogate and understand what are the existing challenges so that the model itself can really be available across the country. And then what we also need to highlight, Chairperson, is that as a commission, we also do court monitoring. We monitor existing cases that are before courts, and that has enabled us, Chairperson, and honorable members, to understand the practical challenges that exist on a day-to-day basis when it comes to access to justice, particularly when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide. And we were, of course, able to make serious inroads in some of the cases where we monitored. For example, in Palm Ridge Magistrate Court, we've recently helped, to reinstate a particular matter which was withdrawn without any, persuading objective reasons. And that matter was ultimately reinstated. So as part of court monitoring, Chair, we are also playing that role because we believe as the Commission that the fight against gender-based violence and femicide broadly in the country requires a concerted effort. And that concerted effort, Chairperson, requires the role of society broadly, civil society, NGOs, the government, the private sector, Chapter 9 institutions, including Parliament. And we have seen as the Commission in recent years the strides that have been made to put in place regulatory frameworks that seeks to improve or rather address the existing challenges that arise because of this phenomenon called gender-based violence and femicide. And we have seen how legislature has helped in that regard by enacting the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, as well as the Criminal Law Amendment Act, and lastly, the Sexual Offences Act. But most importantly, we've also seen measures such as the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which seems to be a blueprint to guide the country in terms of a proper coordinated process that will see accountability, healing, amongst others, so that we can deal decisively with gender-based violence and femicide. Now, Chairperson, when we look at what the NSP says, it indicates, Chair, that there are a lot of incidents pertaining to gender-based violence and femicide that remain undocumented, underreported, and unaccounted for within the national statistics. Now, just this part alone, Chairperson, is the rationale and the thinking behind the index. Because, Chairperson, we are of the view that without documented, underreported and unaccounted statistics, Chairperson, we are unable to understand the in-depth of the challenge that we have around gender-based violence and femicide. We are of the view, Chairperson, that when we have unreported cases, unaccounted statistics, we may be scratching the surface. And therefore, it may mean even the measures that we are introducing may not necessarily address the core and the depth of the problem in South Africa. And that, Chairperson, it's evident from, we have seen campaigns, we have seen some of the decisions that have been made, but for some reason or another, Chair, we continue to see this phenomenon rise in the country as if we do not have the necessary control. And that is where, Chairperson, that lies the problem, because we know that there's a number of unreported cases that are not accounted for. Now, Chairperson, when we look at the number, for example, of cases that are reported at the South African Police Service, and the number of such cases that are subsequently enrolled for court, you'll realize that the number that is now enrolled for court processes has drastically reduced, which says to us, between the reporting and decision making, there are critical factors that contribute to the withdrawal, the unaccounted statistics that do not go into the system for proper prosecution thereof. And that, Chair, is the crux of our index. What really informs that? And what are the existing challenges that perpetuates certain matters not to be reported, not to be processed further, and not to be accounted further? And that is where we thought, Chairperson, we need to go back and perhaps look at a progressive measure that will help us to understand the depth of gender-based violence in the country over a period of time, and really provide the necessary resources informed by existing statistics in the country. Now, we are of the view, Chairperson, that reliable data is central to ensuring that resources are allocated accurately as budgets follow reliable data sets. And that is because, Chairperson, sound information leads to clear roles and responsibilities for key role players and contribute towards addressing the challenges and gaps as far as service delivery is concerned. Now, Chair, if we do not understand the depth of our problem, if we don't understand the challenges in as far as the underreported and unaccounted cases, we will obviously not put enough resources towards that. So we will focus on what we refer to as administrative data, which I'll just quickly speak about, which is largely, Chairperson, the data that comes from key role players, such as the South African Police Service, the Department of Health, the Department of Justice in that regard. Now, when we look at why we really want to have this index, Chairperson, is because we realize that there is a need for us to have a broad measure of gender-based violence and femicide in the country, which provide more extensive detail around the nature and the extent of this phenomenon at all levels of society. And at all levels of society, Chairperson, I mean at a district level, at a provincial level, at a national level. So we need to have a broader understanding of the nature of GBV as it arises from those different levels of society. And we believe that the index, therefore, will provide valuable insights into the extent of this phenomenon as it arises during the different levels of society. Now, again, Chair, we are saying the purpose of the index is to support the comprehensive mandate that we have as the Commission, just to monitor and track the progress in the implementation of the NSP, particularly on gender-based violence and femicide over a period of time. And we believe that the index will enable stakeholders to identify the trends and the patterns in order to allocate, as I've indicated, the right resources to address gender-based violence and femicide. And Chair, from the index itself, we identify that there are two ways in which we can go about this. Let us go and identify what we refer to as an administrative data. An administrative data, Chairperson, for example, from the Department of Health, will provide information that may help in the construction of the index. The Department of Health, because it gathers data from local municipality, from various organization units, such as the clinics, the hospitals, as well as pharmacies. The information is therefore needed and will help to combine and produce a number of health-related indicators. So we will then be looking at the statistics that the Department of Health is providing from the clinics, the hospitals, and the pharmacies, and any other institution that is falling within the jurisdiction of the Department of Health, and see how we can use those statistics to identify specific indicators. And Nothemba, I see you're a bit fast. I'm still on the rationale of the study. So what will be happening, Chair, is that we will combine the statistics as they flow from a district level, local level, provincial level, as well as national, right? To develop indicators. And from those indicators, Chair, this is where we'll be able to monitor or observe existing trends in as far as gender-based violence is concerned. Now, we are also looking at the Department of Justice and correctional and constitutional development. We note with interest that it becomes a very critical stakeholder to provide the existing statistics. And these statistics will be largely around the sexual offences courts and how they deal with matters. We will try to get information also from the regional courts, high courts, Supreme Court of Appeal, all the way to the Concord, again, using those statistics to try to identify indicators. And with those indicators, with a period of time, it will enable us to identify existing trends. And when we identify those trends, Chair, this is where now policymakers will be in a position to put the necessary resources to close existing gaps over a period of time. And we foresee an index as something that will be updated on a regularly basis. But as we see the trends on a regular basis, Chair, it will guide the country in terms of policy making and resources so that we can close those specific gaps. But here comes the challenge when it comes to, for example, the Department of Justice and perhaps even the South African Police Service, because this is where the administrative data will be collected. One of our challenges, Chair, you may have seen in the past month or two, that we also have unaccounted dockets, for example, that were found, I think, in a police home, in a garage, where a number of dockets were placed in the garage, and there were a lot of specimens that were placed in the garage, which meant, Chairperson, essentially, the persons that have reported such matters are not going to get access to justice. So what happens to those statistics? What happens to access to justice when it comes to such persons? So we will obviously have, we have to now construct different indicators informed by how each institution operates, and also taking into consideration existing challenges. So with the Department of Justice, the cases will follow from regional courts, but we also look at the gaps, and we say from the gaps, what can we develop out of that so that we are able to monitor the trends in terms of how the duty bearers are actually handling such matters. Now, similarly with the crimes statistics that we get, Chairperson, from the South African Police Service, they provide a valuable source of data in the country, in as far as highlighting the state of gender-based violence in the country, and perhaps where we are as a country. However, we believe, Chairperson, that the index will help us to provide a broader context over a period of time in terms of the trends thereof. One of the limitations, for example, Chair, and honorable members, that we identify from the crime statistics that South African Police Service provide, we are unable to track or identify certain trends and offenses that are leveled towards a specific group in society, particularly the LGBTI persons in the country. So we are not able to now really tell from the crime statistics, is there really a hate crime in the country? And what is the depth of a hate crime in the country? what is the depth of corrective rape in the country, and therefore we are not able to then put even the enough resources, the enough attention as a country, because we don't know the depth of the problem. So the index, therefore, Chair, will help us to also conduct what we refer to as a household survey or individual surveys, because then the individual surveys, they will help us to now have a broader understanding of the lived experiences of persons who are victims of gender-based violence and in the country. We will get lived experiences from how cases have been handled before court from their perspective, and how the trial itself had an effect on them, and ultimately whether the outcomes and the decisions that are now handed over by the courts meet that certain expectation, or commensurate with the crime that has been committed in terms of these issues. So because, Chair, the statistics only tell us about numbers, and we don't know the lived experiences. So we need that methodology in a form of an index that will give us that broader understanding of what are the lived experiences on the ground level, so that the necessary resources can be apportioned accordingly. So we will, in the index, we will identify specific categories. With sexual offenses, for example, we'll break down sexual offenses with different forms of subcategories. And with those categories, Chair, we will then be in a position to identify the different resources or indicators that will then be a blueprint for the indicators that we will be developing there. So, for example, sexual offenses, we are going to have sexual assaults, we are going to have attempted sexual offenses, and we will also be looking at how competent verdicts, Chairperson, are actually taken into consideration when certain decisions are made, and the effect of that on those persons that are have lodged specific cases there. And what are the key considerations, Chairperson? We envisage an index, Chairperson, that will be easily accessible, and we will be in a position to calculate, the trends and the issues as and when they are reported. It will be, as I've indicated, available at all different levels of society, reflecting the demographics of the country as well. It will also be easy to understand, because we want an index, Chair, that if it is developed, it will make sense to those that are not in the field, but even those that are just lay persons, with the lack of a better word. They will be able to look at this index and be able to draw lessons or draw an indication of where we are as a country, or identify trends in certain areas of society, and ultimately be able to identify whether the existing systems and measures put in place are responding to the challenges accordingly. As I've said, Chairperson, we envisage that the index, once it's completed, it will be updated regularly. And that will mean, Chairperson, that they again, that concerted effort from key role players, it can't be the responsibility of the Commission for Gender Equality alone, but it would mean that other duty bearers, such as the South African Police Service, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Department of Social Development, will also have to assist, because the process requires specific data from them. So we will be able to regulate and ensure that it is updated regularly, so that we can be in a position to put the necessary resource accordingly. Chairperson, at high level, where we are currently in as far as the index, my chairperson indicated, we met with the stakeholders. There's a large buy-in into this phenomenon of the index. During this financial year, we have a clear plan in terms of where we are going to do the data analysis, when we are going to analyze the reports, so that ultimately, over a period of time, we will be providing reports. So there will be a multiple series of reports that we will be producing, indicating progress in as far as the compilation of the index. I've tried to be as short as I can, Chairperson. That is my presentation for the index report, Chairperson. Thank you. You'll guide if I should then immediately jump into the second report, Chair.
Yes, please, CEO.
All right. So, Chairperson, I was happy to hear that the rationale also that you have considered was around the factors that really affect the youth during Youth Month. And indeed, Chairperson, the study on men, masculinities, and gangs really resonate with some of the challenges that the youth are experiencing in the country. And we then decided, Chairperson, that we are going to conduct the study. And Chair, I want to put context to this study. We know, and it's common cause, that there are certain factors that contribute towards gang violence in South Africa. And then, Chairperson, in your opening, you have made reference to some of those. But the purpose of this study here, Chair, we were looking at the factors that contribute to the persistence, right? The persistence of gangsterism in the country, and how do we really go about addressing some of those challenges. Now, from the onset, we would like to indicate that, Chair, that the male gang activities and gang violence in South Africa takes place at various degrees and of society. And we have focused largely at the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, as well as KwaZulu-Natal when we conducted this study. And we focused on this study, Chairperson, because we are of the view that persistence of gangs threaten the fundamental constitutional rights of individuals and communities in South Africa. And the most violent cities were also associated with gangsterism largely. And that will include your Johannesburg, your Cape Town, as well as eThekwini in KZN, which in the period in 2022, it was highlighted as one of those provinces or cities that had most murder rates during that period. In Chairperson, we also acknowledge that gangsterism tends to be, associated with male persons in the main, and correctly so. But from this study, Chair, we are not moving away from the fact and understanding that largely women and girls can also, as well as queer persons, can form part of gangsterism. But here, Chair, the focus was largely on male. We wanted to understand what are these factors that perpetuate or seem to cajole male persons to join as gangsters, and what are how can we mitigate those specific factors. Now, I will rise, Chairperson, this study was conducted in the financial year 2023-2024, as I've indicated, to investigate the factors that contribute to sustained perceived value of men and boys in joining gangs in selected provinces. And we wanted to explore also and assess the role of masculine identity in promoting participation in gangs. We also wanted to evaluate the efficacy of state policies, interventions in preventing men's involvement in gangs. Now, in terms of the methodology, I think my chairperson has indicated that we had a sample that involved former gang members, Department of Correctional Services officials, and the NGOs, chairperson, that helped us to really access the former gang members in this regard. But from a research perspective, Chair, we also did not engage active gang members for safety reasons for our staff members. So largely, we had a case study of a research design. And from a case study research design, chairperson, it meant we had to have interviews with the participants, and the qualitative research methodology, as indicated by the chair, was utilized. And we embarked on that methodology, Chair, because we wanted to understand the issues. The question is more about why rather than what. We wanted to know why certain things are happening, why they perceive certain things in a particular way, why do they react in a particular way. So that was the whole idea. We wanted to hear directly from the participant, and from the participants, Chairperson, we were then able to draw certain conclusions and recommendations based on what they were saying to us. So I wanted to place that context because that is what we have used, Chairperson, to try to arrive at the conclusions. Now, Chair, out of time, I'm going to skip the provincial profiles because the provincial profiles largely, Chair, were highly indicating the statistics in terms of gender, racial demographics, and unemployment status. So because of time, Chair, I'm just going to skip that, but immediately just go to the findings of the study. And out of time also, Chair, I'm going to club the findings together so that we are able to find each other. Now, there are certain commonalities that one was able to deduce from all the provinces. And the issue around the broken family structures and father absence was highlighted as a major causal factor towards male gangs. The social disorganization in community, the glamorization of gang life was some of the things that were seen as contributing towards men joining as gangsters. But I would like to just elaborate a little bit here, Chairperson, elaborating in view of the context which the parties were indicating this. So the participants, there was one participant, especially under the family structure and the lack of support and father absence. He stated the following. I quote, "From personal experience, my mother and father never used to focus on me as I expected them to. No tap on the shoulders when I do good, no sign of love or affection. I never got a hug or a cuddle from any of my parents. Like when I used to come home with good results, my mother or father would just say, oh, okay. Then shift the focus to something else. No praise came towards me, and this made me feel isolated, unloved, unappreciated, and undeserving. Now, what about the weaker people than me? I think this lacks love and drives people into gangs. So that is one perspective that one participant also indicated. And in terms of poverty and male provider, which again is an aspect that is contributing towards or factor that we were able to deduce out of our interaction that is contributing. One of the members indicated as follows, I quote, "You cannot go to bed on an empty stomach for more than 2 days when a friend told you that you can join their group and be able to have food." Another participant also reiterated the same and indicated that, "Who will you date when you have no proper shoes or jeans or a car? If you want that girl, join us. We will help you get her. Once you are in, there is no going back, as most gangs pass through an initiation where they can make vows of not exiting the gang crew." The other participant under this category indicated that they were actually a laughing stock at school, and this has also contributed towards them. And I quote, he says here, "I explained I was chased away because I don't have complete school uniform. They told me not to cry. It's time for me to be a man. The boys took me to the shopping center nearby and bought me a new pair of shoes, new uniform, and a new school bag, and even gave me some cash to get food when I get home. To cut the long story short, that was the beginning of the doom. I gained confidence, which even became excessive. When I talked back to ex-teachers, I would talk back also to my neighbors because every day these good Samaritans, referring to the boys, would wait for me while I walked to school and give me cash and goodies. A week later, I became a drug trafficker. A month later, I became a girls trafficker to people I didn't know. Then I dropped out and concentrated on making money, which led me to crimes and me being incarcerated and sentenced to 129 years in prison. By then, I was only 21 years of age." The other participant emphasized the following here, that in townships, there are haves and the have-nots. These determine who you are and what you can do. If you live in shacks, you are characterized as poor. no one takes you seriously. So the best is to try other avenues to leave the shacks and have a home. Thus, the most convenient rule will be to be a gang member. That will help alleviate poverty in households. Now, this aspect, Chair and Honorable Member, seems to indicate that poverty may be one of the factors based on the consultations we have that contribute towards the youth in the main, resulting in joining gangsterism so that they are able to alleviate poverty in their respective households. But there was also an interesting aspect around the peer pressure itself that seems to be also persuading members to join. And one participant here indicated that peer pressure might make you feel obligated to take drugs and to feel like you are a part of the group, not being labeled as weak or boring. You might feel that you have to agree with what your friends say to be accepted or have social value. One can find himself or herself being in a gang through loving alcohol, drugs, and perhaps not having money to pay for such. An additional factor that was highlighted, Chair, was the glamorization and the role of the media in as far as perpetuating what we call gangsterism. And here one indicated subtly, as I quote, the bling bling becomes ultimately, I also want that bling bling. And this is what they were indicating, that largely the media plays a critical role through the shows and movies, particularly American movies that portray gangsterism positively when in fact it is the opposite. The other factor that was highlighted here was the aspect pertaining to belonging and being a provider. And this largely spoke to the notion of men as providers, which is deeply rooted in the culture of men who participated in the study. During the discussions, it often went without saying that there was a deep sense from the participant that they were duty bound. They felt duty bound to be providers. One particular gang member indicated and reflected as follows: at the age of between 5 and 10, if I didn't come home with anything at that age, I wouldn't eat. It's either I would steal or ask that I can eat. That thing was not for me. It was for everyone. I would get the least. And this is aspect, Chairperson, where members indicated that they felt the need to provide. So here we are reflecting a gang member who started this between the age of 5, where he and his peers felt that there is a bigger role for them to provide to their respective families, and they needed to be providers in that regard. So from that perspective, Chair, those are at high level, the key issues that we were able to unearth from the discussions with the participants. And from that, Chair, we were now looking at how can we now draw certain recommendations that will help. Now, I must emphasize, Chairperson, when we look at our literature is very much clear around the key factors that contribute towards gangsterism and how to be mitigated. But what we were able to ultimately conclude as the study is that those things that we are recommending, so those recommendations that are there from our literature, have never been implemented. And perhaps that is where lies the problem, because as long as recommendations are there and we don't have the relevant institutions that are taking up such recommendations, we unfortunately will not see the end of gangsterism as it happens in the country, because it's an ever-evolving phenomenon. Our research study also reflects that it's there's decades of literature around gangsterism. Recommendations keep coming, but there seems to be a disinclination to implement such recommendations to alleviate or mitigate gangsterism as it happens in the country. But nonetheless, Chairperson, we have recommended that government, through the South African Police Service, must create plans to involve the public in discussing the plan. There's a strategy that has been put in place, Chairperson, that seeks to address gangsterism in the country. However, that strategy has not been made public and has not been implemented thus far. The government should also make the document accessible to everyone. And currently, the NAGS seems to exist only in name, and its contents are not known to the public. The reported multi-sectoral holistic approach by the strategy must be appropriately coordinated at both national and provincial level, incorporating government and non-government stakeholders to ensure that relevant services and programs are implemented equitably. In the case of correctional services and prison gangs, current strategies must be assessed and reviewed to determine their relevance and effectiveness in addressing the persistent culture of gangs in correctional centers. Attention must be given to both the preventative and rehabilitative measures in the Department of Correctional Services system. We recommend also that socioeconomic challenges that lay fertile ground for the emergence and sustenance of gangs such as poverty, unemployment, crime, violence, poverty, and poor service delivery, and drug use receive the necessary attention from political leaders, government, non-government entities, with emphasis on sound and effective policies and programs. In this regard, Chair, we are saying that there must be that intentional commitment by the Department of Correctional Services as well as other institutions to say, how do we really deal with poverty levels in the country? The NDP is very much clear. It states by the year 2030, we should have eradicated poverty. And it's 2025, Chair, so we're 5 years to the end of NDP. Where are we in terms of really eradicating poverty? So there must be that intentional commitment by key role players to really deal with these aspects, because ultimately, Chair, our view is that these contribute also to gangsterism as per our study. And we've also acknowledged, Chair, that at an individual level and family level, we recommend that family systems must be strengthened and able to provide support and a sense of belonging to young men and boys, and to mitigate against the pursuit of validation from peer groups and gangs. And this, you'll recall, Chair, it's after somebody felt that one of the participants emphasized that they did not feel that they belonged. But when they go to gangs, they felt like it's a home. I think there was also a participant who also indicated that just like when you are at your house, you feel like you have parents and you have protection and you feel warm. It's the same feeling that they get when they are joining gangs. They feel like they are elder persons, they are protected, and they feel safe, and they are welcomed, and they are praised when they do good things. But good things in this context will obviously be the initiation stage, where at some instances they must commit additional offenses just to show loyalty to specific gangs. So we are saying also, Chair, that the psychosocial and economic impact of father's absence and other forms of family breakdowns, they really need to be looked at. Parenting programs are also key to provide the necessary knowledge and effective ways of raising young men and boys at the risk of joining gangs. And the DSD must spearhead the process of bringing such programs into fruition. Chairperson, that is my presentation. I hope I was able to do that in 30 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. We are now going to hand over to Mr. Brown. I think Mr. Brown will introduce himself, but he will discuss with us healthy masculinity. This is something that Dr. Lehlape always impresses upon us, that we need to cultivate a culture of healthy masculinity. Mr. Brown represents the African Center for Healthy Masculinity, and his paper is entitled Nurturing Positive Masculinity in South Africa. Mr. Brown, over to you. Please unmute yourself.
Good morning to everyone. It's no accident that this gathering or this meeting is happening during Men's Mental Health Month in June. And so I do thank the opportunity to be here. My name is Jeff Brown, and I am the founder of the African Center for Healthy Masculinity. And I've been doing men's work now for just over 20 years, deep transformational work. So, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity. I stand or come to you with a profound respect for the work this committee continues to do in the service of South Africa's most vulnerable, our women, our children, our youth, and persons with disabilities. And please know that I do not come to this meeting or this chamber with the illusion that these matters have escaped your attention, as I've just heard from the presentation of the CGE and you having put it on the agenda. On the contrary, we at the African Center for Health and Masculinity wishes to acknowledge the tremendous groundwork already laid by this committee, by various departments, and by countless civil society and statutory bodies. This morning, I'm not here to place critique, but rather to contribute. Not to speak louder, but to listen deeply, as I've just heard the horrifying statistics by the Commission. And the African Center for Healthy Masculinity certainly do not come with a master plan of any sorts, but rather with an offering, a ceremonial offering, a humble response to something far larger than ourselves. This is a huge crisis. Honorable members, we are indeed, our country is at a profound threshold. We face not only the visible inheritance of our past, inequality, poverty, violence, systemic dislocation, but also a quieter, more insidious crisis, a spiritual disorientation that lives in the bones of our men and boys. And that crisis is silently fueling many of the social fires that we've just heard about. We now attempt to extinguish through policy alone. We cannot do that through policy alone. And we at the African Center for Healthy Masculinity, small though we are, and new though we may be, have chosen to meet this crisis with heart and with history and with the full force of cultural and I'm using this term ancestral wisdom. The center is not the answer or an answer, but we are simply one of many hands needed on deck, because no single entity can do this alone, can address this crisis alone. And so we have spoken in our paper that was distributed to you of the liminal generation of men, those who are no longer held by traditional rites of passage, those who are no longer held by that, and those not yet welcomed by new paradigms of emotional literacy, vulnerability, and relational integrity. In this painful in-between space, many of our men, and I'm sure the CGE can attest to that through their research, have turned inward and disappeared, or outward and caused harm. They are not monsters. They are more often than not wounded men. And we believe wounded men don't need condemnation only when they do wrong. They need ceremony. They need healing. And so this is not about excusing behavior. Men who do wrong and who do harm must be accountable for their choices. But this is about understanding it deeply enough to interrupt this vicious cycle, or to disrupt this vicious cycle. And the past didn't just criminalize many in our society, especially criminalizing Black existence. It criminalized emotion. It rewired masculinity into a performance of silence, force, control, and shame. And this legacy haunts our schools, our prisons, our clinics, and our homes. But honorable members, before, and chairperson, before there was this colonial distortion, there was indigenous clarity. And in many pre-colonial African societies, and research is in abundance to support this, masculinity was sacred. It was not domination. It was protection. It was service. It was relational. a man was not measured by conquest, but by his ability to hold the child, to honor the land, and to walk in truth with the feminine, with the women folk, and to defend the spiritual integrity of his community. That is what was taught. And this is not, when I speak about this, this is not nostalgic or romantic memory. It is indeed, and it is meant to be a pathway for restoration. It's not walking back to the past, but it is remembering the value of it. And so it is time we at the African Center believe to remember what was broken. Not with, as I said, not with nostalgia, but with a visionary act of cultural and deeply personal courage as well. We must raise men who cry, or who can cry, who can listen, who can lead with presence, and who can say without shame, I need help. This is what we call the equanimity of the healthy masculine. This is what we call when men reach a place of balance. And so our center, this humble and small as it is now, is a bridge between soul and structure, is a bridge between the individual and the systemic crisis. It is also Pan-African, and it is trauma-informed, and it is a spiritually grounded institution committed to four main pillars, as my discussion document demonstrates. Applied research and thought leadership to bring ancestral knowledge into the contemporary policy and legislative frameworks, and to develop tools for transformation rooted in African lived realities. To also do public advocacy through storytelling, changing the narratives of masculinity by lifting up the voices of men in transformation. Then also to do trauma-informed coaching, offering emotional fluency, fatherhood guidance, and shadow integration, the shadow of masculinity, to integrate that into becoming a healthier masculine. And then through our very flagship offering, the equanimity of the healthy masculine retreats. These are held in sacred wilderness settings. They are not camps or workshops. They are healing pilgrimages. It's healing rites of passages through ceremonies of fire, of darkness, of silence, of grief, of ancestral invocations. And participants leave not just changed, but there's a demonstrable way of returning home to themselves and to their families and new ways. So it can be done, and I've seen this with my own eyes. And our vision by the end of 2026 is to have taken through these very powerful 4 or 5 day wilderness retreats, 100 to 150 men working in education, in mental health, in community leadership and public service, to become a powerful catalyst and ripple for young men in our society. Honorable members, why does this belong in policy, and why is this relevant to Parliament? This is what we are doing at the African Center. It's not fringe work. It's not by the way work or side work. It is foundational work, because we do understand and believe that no gender-based violence policy can succeed without healing the masculine psyche. No school safety plan can thrive while boys are shamed for tenderness. And no national wellness strategy can flourish integrity. And so we at the African Center for Healthy Masculinity, we ask, let healthy masculinity become a formal part of this committee's national framework. Let it live within our budgets, our indicators, our curricula, our conversations, not as a luxury, but as an absolute necessity. And we, as the African Center, offer ourselves as partner in this healing journey, in this very crucial intervention or disruption, as I spoke about earlier. We are ready to support departments and run pilot projects, advise on rites of passage education, and help transform pain into purpose. We know that, as I said right at the beginning, that this is all hands on deck, and there's no single entity or institution that can really create the magic and the transformation that we so require. With your permission, Chairperson, I want to just read, and if you just take a few seconds of almost closing your eyes as I'm saying these words, because this is at the heart of creating the equanimity of the healthy masculine. This is beyond the matrix, beyond the metrics, and it's beyond the paper. So imagine with me a South Africa where no boy walks alone into manhood, where each is met not with correction, but with connection, where he is welcomed by fathers and uncles, by elders and mentors, by teachers and leaders who say, you are not a threat, you are a gift, you are needed, you do belong. Where our sons grow up able to cry without shame, to love without fear, to protect without aggression, and to lead with humility. Where our daughters feel safe, where queer youth feel seen, and where the cycle is broken, not just in law and in bureaucratic interventions, but in spirit. Let us walk this path not because it is easy, but because it is sacred, because our children are watching, because our ancestors are listening, and because our democracy, its sustainability depends on it. So this paper is about invoking for us to rise together, not in blame, not in blaming men, but in creating opportunities for deep transformational healing. And let us become a generation that says we will not forget our men, and we will not only put them into the places behind bars and relegate them to lepers. We will not forsake our sons, but we will not outsource this healing any longer. We will embrace it. So I will end by these words. It's an invocation to this committee. And the three areas in my invocation that I wish for us to embrace is, one, to very powerfully accept that we need a national dialogue around healthy masculinity. And two, that we have a national process of engaging with men, especially men who are involved in service industries, in service jobs, like teachers and nurses and mental health workers, policemen, etc., to have a rollout of a national conversation amongst these, particularly those men, and then to invite this committee and your parliamentary partners or governmental partners to ask us to showcase these deep wilderness transformation retreats for men of all ages, young and old, from 18 years old until however old you are. And those are the three things that I wish this committee can consider. National dialogue in service roles and for men. I thank you with that for now. Thank you so much for hearing me and for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. And I hope you will be able to engage with me deeper into the depth of the discussion document that was made available to you. Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown, for that insightful presentation. We really do appreciate your time, and we are definitely going to be engaging with you. Honourable members, now is your opportunity. Please, can you raise your hands? I think we will take 2 hands or 3 hands at a time and then allow for responses. And then we'll take a second and third round. Honourable members. Okay. I'm going to take the first 3 hands and then we'll allow for responses and then we'll come back for another round. The first hand is that of Honourable Totsetsi, followed by Honourable Adams and followed by Honourable Spies. And then we'll come back for the second round.
Honorable Chair, I was the first one to raise my hand, but I don't know what happened.
Okay. You'll be the first one in the second round, don't worry. Okay, over to you, Honourable Totsetsi.
Thank you very much, and good morning to members of the committee as well as everyone else that is in the platform. I just have 2 issues that I will raise. Firstly, on the report of the gender of the Commission for Gender Equality, I just want to get a response from them on what do they think are the consequences of not having GBV categorized as a category of crime, such as rape or such as murder. Where are what becomes the shortfalls as a result of that? Because you will have a situation, Chair, whereby when a man would have just given a slap into a female and they go to open a case, the case would be regarded as the soft crime in a sense that it would be just a common assault case that can always be resolved at a lesser intense process. But we know that in essence, this plant a seed for a bigger problem. So firstly, this person would just come back to society, not having, them coming back to society for starters would resemble the fact that there isn't any, or slapping a girl is not necessarily a punishable offense. But if they're going to be examined under a specific legislation that says GBV is a certain category of crime, then there would be a certain processes that would look into the deeper, into that in a deeper sense and say this is actually a an act which will in the future breed a problem, and therefore this is how we ought to address it, as opposed to just addressing it in a sense of a smaller crime, wherein it will just go back to society, give a wrong impression that this is not punishable and can be done again. It's only when a crime gets to a point where a woman is murdered, where it gets tried in a context of murder, and then the consequences are dire. It's only when it gets to a point where a woman is decisively assaulted that it gets to be tried in the sense of a Schedule 6. And then at that point, a serious damage it would have been done. So the fact that it's not necessarily looked at in the context of a category of crime, this TBV that we're talking about, where does the commission think that such brings along the negativity around the fight against the scourge of gender-based violence? The second one, would be around the report, the study that is commissioned around gangsterism. It focused much of its energy around the urban areas or urban provinces in the form of KZN, Gauteng, and the Western Cape. In many rural provinces, gangsterism takes shape from an identity that these boys would have gotten from the initiation schools. People go to the initiation school, and then when they come back into society, they form themselves into a gang of people who went to initiation school. But because there is a less education around them exercising positive masculinity as a result of that transition from the initiation school. Not that I'm exposing what happens to initiation schools, but but you get a sense that there is a problem with people who would then come from there, integrate into society, and then identify themselves as a gang which come from the initiation school, and then after utilize that kind of an identity to unleash terror into society. I can tell you this is rife in rural provinces like the Northwest, uh, uh, where you find that people who are gangsters are the people who have joined these things, or who are identifying themselves as men in society. So, if the study would have captured that part, I think it would have assisted us quite greatly to say what then becomes the intervention in between government and the traditional authorities that are responsible uh, for 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 driving this cultural activity of initiating young boys. So I think that such is something that has to come up, and somehow perhaps the report might need to mitigate for missing that important aspect. Chair, one cannot overemphasize the need for the development of a healthy family structure. I think that is where the crux of the matter honestly come from. And the problem with the family structure is that government does not have a direct role in intervening towards the development of a positive family, a healthy family structure. I think that is the limitation. But what government can be able to do, it can at least be able, perhaps through the social development department, to canvass quite adequately what is a family structure that is healthy. For instance, the red flags that will be identified from young people who are not from the healthy family structures. And then we then say that if every family is equipped with this understanding, it will be able to say or self-critique if a young person from that family structure is not necessarily or is reflecting these red flags that are identified as outcomes of young people who are coming from the family structures that are not positive. Now, I'm just speaking to what then should further become the recommendations of the report on how it can be able to bring all other sectors of society into the resolution of this problem. And the last report, Chair, I think generally I have no comment on the content. I think it's correct that there must be sufficient coaching of young boys because they are really perpetrators of gender-based violence and number of negative attributes that you begin to pick up in society. Now, there should be coaching. All that I can say is perhaps that in our different constituencies, uh, for instance, in my constituency, we have a program on the commemoration of June 16, which is going to be accompanied by this thing of men's mental health, and perhaps if the that entity that just spoke uh, avail itself to be invited in such things so that they begin to really assist in speaking to young men out there so that they can all put hands together in changing the attitude of young boys as well as improving how society operates. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much for those questions and inputs. Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Am I clear?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to all on the platform, the colleagues, to yourself, the Chairperson, and also to the presenters. And thank you for the presentations that you have made. Chairperson, I don't think I have a lot of questions because Comrade Tsotsetsi covers some of them. So I will just go into the questions. How did the CGE forecast financially for the study if it omitted a province in the end due to budget constraints? And then one of the criteria cited was former gang members may have now this afternoon. Sorry, Chair, for that. I'm just stranded with flights here.
Do you want to proceed, Honourable Member, or should we hand over to Honourable Spies? Are you okay to proceed?
My second question was one of the criteria cited was former gang members may have been part of either a community prison gang or both of at least 12 months to offer deep insights that enrich the study. Why 12 months? Your safety remains top priority. Please take note. And then, Chair, the CGE selected former gang members between the age of 21 and 65. As the rationale was that this group of men are often overlooked. The majority of the participants were from KZN 18, then Western Cape 12, and GP 8. Why were the majority from KZN? What informed the number of interviews per province? Why was Paulsmoor prison not selected? And then, Chair, there was stated two of senior officials, subs Anti-Gang Unit 12 Senior, DCS, 2 subject experts, 4 NGO leaders, Labantu, Chris Fire and Mtembu House. Where were all these officials from, as this had potential bias? My last one, Chair, is what is the time frames for this project? The CGE indicators that will take several years. By when will the index be completed and implemented? What are the forecasted costs until the completion of the index? How much is UFPA funded? What was being spent and to date? And what was the cost incurred for? My last one, what is the plan or strategy to ensure buy-in and support from the various government stakeholders? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Adams. Honourable Spies.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good morning, colleagues. And I would like to just appreciate the presentations that were made by the CGE and Mr. Brown. My first 2 questions will be on for the CGE. And I would like to ask the CGE Chair, through you, looking at your research and the study that's been done, have the CGE adequately looked at the impact that gangs have had on the family structure itself? And in this regard, Chair, I would like to just maybe just give an example or just cite or quote an incident that happened earlier this year. We had 2 cases that went viral after a mother posted pictures of her 5-year-old son that were son with inked gang markings and showing gang signs. What happened then is that social workers eventually ordered the mother to remove the images and to undergo counseling. And to me, I was just looking at that particular post and the fact that it went viral as it did. And in cases such as these, one obviously needs to look at what can be done to better protect the vulnerable children. And I would like to have the CGE's, a view on this particular matter, and whether in their study, and their research that they have in fact looked broadly at the impact that it has on the family structure itself. Then the impact or the role of gangs in terms of social assistance. I know that the role of social assistance provided by gangs to communities, that it fuels increased recruitment, and that it's been duly highlighted by the presenter. Chair, but if we just look at, for instance, during the COVID-19 pandemic, you would have seen, whether it was through media, different kinds of media, that some gangs offered support in the form of cash loans, food, and other essential items. And I believe that this assistance may have had a profound impact on recruitment to gangs, particularly among vulnerable populations such as school-aged children. And with the lockdowns keeping schools closed, obviously children and adolescents were more susceptible to gang influence. And gangs obviously might have exploited this vulnerability using their social assistance as a means to recruit new members. And so for me, it raised important or relevant questions. And I would like to know, if the CGE could possibly, address these questions. Did the provision of social assistance by gangs, would they say lead to an increase in recruitment during the pandemic? How the absence of traditional support structures such as schools, community programs contribute to gang recruitment? And also what strategies can be implemented to counter gang influence and provide alternative support to vulnerable communities. That would be my questions to the CGE. And then to Mr. Brown, I would like to, first of all, thank Mr. Brown for what I think is a very thought-provoking submission to the Portfolio Committee. And I do think the impact of this discussion paper can really foster national dialogue and collective healing, as was pointed out by Mr. Brown. And so I only have two questions for Mr. Brown. I think the one, first of all, in terms of the healthy masculine retreats, the equanimity of the healthy masculine retreats, as is highlighted and discussed in the paper. How do you plan, or how does the center plan to measure the effectiveness of these retreats? And then also, how will the center engage diverse stakeholders other than, for instance, the committee and as a start, the government, civil societies and communities, other structures? And then also, I would like to know what role does the center envision for women and feminist perspectives in shaping the center's work? Thank you. That would be my contribution, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Spies. As I've indicated at the start, we're going to take 3 rounds of questions, but I want us to pause here and hand back over to you, to the CGE and to Mr. Brown, to give us some responses to the first 3 sets of questions, and then we'll take another round of questions. CEO or Chairperson?
Okay. Oh, okay, CEO, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of sequence, the question around GBV, I know the Chairperson also wants to supplement that one. But what I can emphasize there, Chair, first and foremost, is if we look at the jurisprudence that has been laid when it comes to sexual offences in the country, between 2009, leading all the way down to 2004, 2003, the decisions, Chair, had placed little emphasis on the GBV as a phenomenon. And as a result, we have observed lenient sentences that were granted by the judiciary, which was not serving as a deterrence to the offense, and of course to the would-be offenders. But I believe when we were starting to do our court monitoring processes, Chair, we now observed that because now this GBV was on the rise, there was a need for the judiciary itself to acknowledge it as an issue that is prevalent in South Africa. And as a result of that, we started to notice judgments that place more emphasis on GBV, especially during sentencing proceedings, where it was emphasized that it is prevalent and therefore it should serve as a deterrent. And we welcome that as a commission based on our reports. And for us, Chair, the most important thing was, firstly, for the judiciary to understand and interpret the issues as they rise in society and take those issues into consideration when they make determinations. Because notwithstanding, even if we can have critical legislation, Chairperson, but if they're not going to be interpreted and applied accordingly before the judiciary, we still have a gap. Now, the question is, should we really legislate GBV? Chairperson, we have already a number of legislation that are very much clear on what amounts to an offense. It is the interpretation. Can it add value? Can it be more impactful if we criminalize GBV? Perhaps, and yes, it may, Chairperson, because it will mean various sectors of members of society will be arrested, will be incarcerated, in principle. That is desirable. But what my issue, Chair, it has always been about the interpretation and the implementation of even existing legislation. Because a common assault, Chairperson, nothing stops a presiding officer to actually say, we're not going to give you a suspended sentence. Just yesterday, Chairperson, we observed a sentencing in the Limpopo division of a man who has been terrorizing communities around Nebo, who was sentenced to 222 years in prison. But the system says 222 years in prison. If the sentences are going to run concurrently, it takes us to only 22 years. Then there's something wrong with the system. And that is why, as the Commission, we have agreed that perhaps, Chair, we need a formal inquiry on the broader justice system in the country, because there are critical legislation that we've put forward. We can add more and more. But if we don't look at the house, even at the sentencing process, we may have existing gaps there. These legislations are not going to help us greatly. So we really need to have an overlook at the system and say, is it working? Issues of suspended sentences, Chairperson, you can have a GBV legislation that criminalizes a common assault, or that criminalizes GBV. But if you're continue to have suspended sentences and concurrent running of sentences, we are still not going to have deterrent sentences to would-be offenses. And that is my view in terms of that. And I think the Chairperson will supplement it. I just want to add, secondly, on the issue of if the study perhaps looked at rural provinces, and particularly the role of initiation schools in terms of the Chair. Firstly, let me say, we have highlighted in our study the limitations thereof, right? We've indicated the specific provinces that we have followed, or rather that we have selected. And part of it, Chair, was because we had budgetary constraints. We've highlighted that we are not in a position to, we were not in a position to look at all provinces. It was desirable, of course, Chair, that all 9 provinces, rural provinces, also be included, because I think there will be other dimensions that we will learn out of that, as one of those that you're highlighting in terms of initiation schools. So, but because of budgetary constraints, we could not do that. But when we look at the sample that we have, Chair, with 38 former gang members and senior members of correctional services, from a qualitative research methodology, Chair, the sample is enough to give us at least an inclination of what the possible situation is in other provinces. Of course, not those that are rural largely, but broadly, are these the common issues that are affecting members or the youth that leads them into gangsterism? And we find solace in our sample, because the outcome of our study actually is reaffirmed by existing data already, or existing literature around this issue. So we are happy at that level, that at least we have a solid outcome from our research study. But of course, there's room, Chairperson, to expand the study further, to look at different dynamics, how initiation schools may be contributing. We acknowledge it. And there may be other areas, other issues as well. One may also argue, Chair, what happens in areas where traditional systems are such that they exclude LGBTI persons. Is there an impact of that to young boys who identify, for example, as transgender, as gay persons, to join gangsterism? We don't know that. So our study did not look at other phenomena except to focus on factors that contribute to the persistent and sustained gangsterism in these selected provinces. But I think in future, Chair, we should actually encourage perhaps a further development into these different phenomena that can enrich the study, Chair. And what I can also highlight in terms of so I've indirectly also touched on the question that Honorable Adams has raised around the budgetary constraints from our end. Chairperson, we have highlighted this aspect. If we have more budget, we can really do that. But we have thought it differently this time, Chairperson, also that strategically we need to use our empowering provision, which allows the Commission to engage like-minded institutions to cause research to be done in certain areas where we could not do so. And in the financial year 2025-2026, we have actually started to engage specific institutions that can further our studies or existing literature so that we can have a better understanding, because we are not able to do so due to the budgetary constraints. So that is one element that we were thought of. And then, Chair, there is a question around the former gang members for them to provide deeper insight. And the question was, why 12 months? I'll ask Diek to just brief context on that, as well as the period, the age group, why between 21 and 65, on the basis that they were overlooked, and why didn't we look at Paulsmo? Chairperson, a similar question will be asked to say, why didn't we look at Kutama Correctional Services? What are the issues there? I will emphasize on this issue, Chair, that we can, however, we just don't have the necessary budgetary muscle, to look at every area to understand the issues. And why do we have 18 in KZN? Chair, this is subject to availability of the participants. If the participants indicate that they are available and they are keen, Chair, we will be able to really engage them. But because we were also relying on the assistance of the NGOs to link us with these former gang members, we were at the mercy of who is available. And we are grateful for those that said they want to tell their story, because their story will help us to also have a deeper insight around the gangsterism largely. And there was a question to say, where were the officials from? Chairperson, respectfully, from a research perspective, we are not permitted to disclose that, because it becomes so easy to identify some of these officials at correctional services. And we want to avoid possible victimization, because these were informants that gave information to the CGE, and for ethical considerations, we've agreed that their whereabouts and names, Chair, will not be disclosed to protect their identity. What was critical for us was to understand the issues from their perspective, so that we are able to drive a particular conclusion in as far as their understanding is concerned. How long will the study take? Dieketseng, I'll ask you to come in here. Suffice to say, my understanding is that it will be on a face-to-face basis, so that we are able to deal with administrative data. Administrative data, you'll have appreciated from the study itself, Chair, even from the previous study. We've indicated that there is no synergy around the duty bearers to keep the data. So we need to start even just getting to understand what is there, what is the system looking like, and how can it be improved, so that we can get credible, reliable data. Because our view currently, Chair, is that we have a very fragmented systems, whether it's South African Police Service or other duty bearers, that do not really reflect the gender aspect that we are keen on as the CGE. And it becomes important that we filter that aspect, because it's part of the Section 9 of the Constitution, which runs us to not discriminate unfairly against persons on the basis of their gender. If I miss anything there, you'll close it for me. And then there's a question around whether we have looked at the impact, or I think it's from Honorable Spees, where the question was around whether we have looked at the impact of gangs on family structures. No, Chairperson, but from our literature already highlights that there is that negative impact. There's also a cost to society. There's a cost to individuals. There's also a cost to the state broadly because of gangsterism. But we have not initiated a specific study on the actual impact. As I've indicated earlier, the purpose here was just to look at factors that contribute towards the sustained and persistent gangsterism. But this is perhaps another study similar to the one on initiation school that may need a different dimension for us to look at that. And similarly, Chair, I acknowledge the contributions from Honorable Spees in as far as looking at the social assistance. One of the participants, as you've indicated, Chair, they have highlighted actually this aspect that perhaps it's a contribution. The lack of schools, the lack of healthcare services, These are some of the state infrastructures that lead to the participants feeling that they are not being respected, or they're not going to be assisted, or they don't have a belonging. Therefore, they have an alternative home. So there is obviously a negative impact if schools are not there. There is also a negative impact if schools are not able to cap gangsterism within the school premises itself. So it becomes a societal issue from that perspective. So our study did not really focus much, Chair, on how the absence of schools contribute significantly to, the rise of gangsterism, for example, in the Western Cape, due to the fact that that was not really the objective of the study. I will really ask my chairperson to firstly come in, Chair, with respect to areas that I may have not covered, and similarly ask Dieketseng to close the gap in terms of the length, in terms of the, so the chairperson will close also on the GBV, and then Dieketseng will come in terms of the sample, particularly on the 12-month period for gang members, and the age group, and the period which would take for us to complete the index. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, CEO, I just want us to be a little bit mindful because we're still going to take 2 more rounds of questions. So I'm not sure whether the chairperson wants to come in now or whether she will round up everything at the end, but it is really up to you to decide. So let's continue. But chairperson, do you want to come in now or?
Yes, Chair, if I may, it's just a brief issue around the question of Honorable Soteti.
No problem. Please proceed, Chair.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to bring to the attention of the committee that the 2021 Domestic Violence Amendment Act is one of the most comprehensive in the world in terms of a domestic violence instrument. We have got about 14 categories in that legislation that define domestic violence. We are one of the only countries that has got spiritual abuse as a form of domestic violence, damage to property as a form of domestic violence. But over and above that, now we have a situation where presiding officers, magistrates, and judges, at their own discretion, without anyone asking, can issue an interdict should they pick up that there is a tension within a relationship that they are presiding over. But that is not only linked to having, the issue being domestic violence. It could be a divorce matter. It could be any other matter for that matter. We also have a situation now where age and vulnerabilities are actually an aggravating circumstance that needs to be taken. So children, the aged, vulnerabilities have been extended beyond the physical as in disabled, but financial vulnerabilities has been economically dependent. So it is very, very broad. What we are left with now is actually to introspect and say, why are all of these instruments so powerful that they are not making a dent? And then lastly, we are hoping our index will actually cover that, because an index is there to pick up trends and patterns. And we are hoping out of that, we will be able to beef up this list and any other manifestations that the index will bring about. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. CEO, who's next?
Thank you. Thank you so much, CEO. My name is Dieketseng Mohlakwana Motopi. I am just to echo and add on and what the chair and the CEO has said about gender-based violence index. To say, especially on the first question of the impact of not having a GBV as a crime category. It was just to add that this index is one of the initiatives that the CGE has taken to ensure that every data that is related to GBV get to fit in the broader hub, national hub, because with the consideration or the realization that every victim that experiences GBV at a primary level or within their localities, it is not always that their first entry point will be the police station or the health sector. Sometimes they go directly to the civil society organizations, and sometimes that data, it just falls through the cracks and does not make it to the hub where it needs to be, because losing that data, then that is where we do not get the actual trends or the actual magnitude of data. So this is what this index will also be looking at. That is why it is pitched from all spheres of government. And as well, in terms of we also mapped the existing data sources. So we are aligning with the existing data sources so that we are not duplicating matters. That is, as Chair and CEO indicated, we have been engaging with different departments, including Stats SA, as well as one of the hubs, and health, as well as the other departments that have been indicated. And for this year, we are aiming to proceed with the first phase of developing the index now, which we are aiming to complete the first phase by the end of this financial year. As CEO, as he was presenting, indicated, this is going to be an ongoing process, especially because it is one of the new initiatives, not necessarily in South Africa or in Africa, but it is the first direct or specific GBV index. So it is that is why we said it is going to be revolving, and we add as we go, as we know that the indicators, they always evolve. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mr. Brown, I hope that it will be okay that I give you an opportunity at the end to answer all the questions, or would you like to come in now?
I'm okay with your choice, Chairperson.
Okay, I think we'll just allow you an opportunity at the end to answer to all the questions. Okay, for now, the next round, we will take the hand of, I promised Honourable Mabel that you'll be first. So it's Honourable Mabel, followed by Honourable Jasmine, followed by Honourable Kanile, and then Dr. Klape. So over to you, Mklonishwa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I would like the CGE to look at schools, high schools, whereby, Honourable Chair, there are so many gangsterism in high schools that are taking place, especially in Gauteng, Honourable Chair. I went to two schools. I went to different high schools in Gauteng, and I can quote only two schools, high schools, whereby the gangsterism is existing and it's becoming a problem. I can quote Leondale High in Germiston and Inyati in Davidton, whereby there was a child who was beaten by the gang of students who call themselves gangsters, and he nearly died. And it was all over the social media, that incident. At Leondale High, there was a gang of students from different high schools went to Leondale High and started beating teachers with broomsticks and knobkerries and called themselves, these children, they call themselves gangsters, and of which it's a serious problem, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have questions for CGE. My first question is, why did the CGE include the Eastern Cape from its gang study, despite allocating resources for 4 provinces? Second question, how does CGE justify outsourcing the GBV index to UCT while having its own research team? Third question, what mechanisms are in place to ensure the GBV index doesn't duplicate Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities work? Why has the National Anti-Gang Strategy not been published? And what is CGE doing to push for its accessibility? Fifth question, what role does CGE intend to play in implementing its recommendations on masculinity and gang prevention? And how does CGE plan to address data gaps for LGBTQIA plus and male GBV victims in the GBV index? And what is the total cost of the GBV index so far? And what are the projected long-term costs? My last question, Honorable Chair, why has CGE not developed a smart action plan with departments like DSD, DPE, SAPS, and DCS to combat gangsterism? That's my submission, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those questions, Honourable Member. Honourable Jasmine Peterson, it's now your opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, Honourable Members, and to our guests. Chairperson, I think I only have one question that is sub-questions to the question. Noting from the report, right, we're being told that the former gang members that were part of the interviews or the report is between the ages of 21 and 65. One of my questions would be, how many of these former members were between the ages of 21 and let's say 35? My concern is, Chairperson, before I am a young person, I am a child. And when we consider the gang violence happening in schools, I think maybe it would have been different or made more sense if we considered, or if there was a consideration in engaging boys under the age of 21 as well, because before I am a young person, I am a child. Also, when we invest in children, we invest in youth, and automatically that becomes an investment in the generation to come, right? Now that we have the research report, now that it has been done and we have the information that was gathered, what then happens? What's the ways forward with the report that we've received, or the information that has been gathered during the report? Because what I know is we've been trying to address gang violence, or we've been addressing it, but gangsterism persists. Like, what is our plan after the report? What I also do know is some communities wake up to gang violence, they sleep to gang violence. Sometimes it's not even something that we are shocked of. It's become a norm. What we are more worried about is it my brother? Is it my father? Is it my son? Is it my uncle? Who's next? Who is it? the question remains, now that we've received the report. Number one, between the ages of 65, between the ages of 21 and 65, how many of these young people were aged between 21 and 35? Because I remain saying that before I am a young person, I am a child, and that is where it starts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peterson. Honorable Kanile.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to colleagues, to the support staff, the CGE, as well as Mr. Brown. Chair, thank you very much. We actually acknowledge both the presentations, all the presentations that we have received today. I just remembered that CGE has given us two. I think my first question will be around the preamble that was given to us by the chairperson earlier, where she mentioned that there was an oversight that was conducted in SAPS in Mpumalanga, and there were, I would say, shocking discoveries that were made. What I want to find out from the chairperson is, when does she think she can be able to give that presentation of their findings to us as a portfolio committee? Because I'm more interested in the recommendations that they would have made. Also considering the fact that we are meeting often with the portfolio committee on SAPS, I think we can be able to ensure we assist them to follow up on those recommendations, because I also feel like there's more training that needs to be given to the member of South African Police Service when you look at how some of these cases of GBV have been handled. Chairperson, I've also been largely covered by my colleagues that have spoken before me, especially on the issue of the index. However, I think I also want to dip a bit on the issue of gangs. The presentation that was given to us gives a clear picture that it looks like the gangs, they use material to attract these youngsters into joining these gangs. And also it looks like there's some initiation of some sorts that they make them to do, to commit, that they can never leave the gang. What I want to find out is what does the CGE think can be done to set the youngsters or young people or any person that at some point would want to leave this gang, if there's any protection they think they can get from SAPS as well, because I do believe at some point, if you are made to do something against your will, that is your violation of your rights. And the issue of father's absence, I think it's a very important issue. It was raised by the presenter on a number of times, and he kept on saying the issue of father's absence needs to be looked at. I'm not sure if he's in a position to give clarity in terms of what he exactly means, because I think if we can have an idea, maybe we can also try and assist wherever we possibly can. But we do understand that disruptive family structures, they do at the end of the day do produce kids that end up partaking in such activities. And I also want to touch on an issue that was raised by Honorable Toteti. He mentioned something about initiation schools. I don't know what happens in initiation schools. I have never been there. And I also understand that as a woman, I will not be allowed to get anywhere closer to the initiation schools. What I want to find out is, does the CGE have plans maybe in future to have engagement with the initiation schools like the one that they had with the former gang leaders? Because I think this will be very important to ascertain whether these initiation schools, when they provide training to the young men that are being initiated, are they helping us to curb the scourge of gender-based violence, or they in fact exacerbating it? Because I think structures like those, they also need to be monitored so that we can understand if they are also part of the fight against gender-based violence. Otherwise, if we leave them outside without knowing exactly what they do, we can find ourselves fighting a losing battle, because on the other end, we're trying to extinguish this perpetuating scourge of gender-based violence, while there are other people on the other side that are actually exacerbating it. So I would like to find out if there are future plans by CGE to maybe engage with the initiation schools on this issue, maybe provide a report back to us. I want to also go into the presentation that was given by Mr. Brown. I think it was very insightful, and hoping that in future we can maybe invite him to present to other departments as well. But what I want to find out is what tool do they use to identify participants of this program? Because what I have noticed with majority of events that are happening within our communities, you find that most people that organize gatherings of any form to try and address the social ills, most of the time we are preaching to the converted, number one. Number two, the people that are supposed to be getting this information, it actually does not reach out to them, because most of the events that will be held, there'll be a certain amount of fee that will need to be paid as an entrance fee, and they cannot afford it. And some of them, they're just not interested in whatever programs that we are having, which we believe that if they are also capacitated, they can refrain from committing the acts of GBV. So what I want to find out is what tool do they use to identify their participants, and if there's any payment that is paid by people that participate in this program. And yeah, or I also want to find out where are they based? Where are they based? Because I'm really not sure where they're based. I think that will give us an idea of where they are and how many people have they actually assisted so far. Yeah, I think that is all from my side for now, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanile. Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Chair. Mine are just a few questions. The first one would be about, I'll start at the bottom. Thank you for the presentations. Positive masculinity. The notion of the duty to protect. Isn't it something that needs to be reviewed? Because part of the problems comes from treating women as people that need to be protected by others, like they have no sense of agency and they can't protect themselves. Should it not be about the duty that we have to each other, not that one needs to be protected by the other? So you give superiority to one and inferiority to the other. So I'm just asking, just in terms of the construct that is being given. The second question is it not time that we educated our boys and girls together as to how they should relate to each other, how they should treat each other, not having a separate firm for boys and a separate firm for girls? And that would speak to even these issues of initiation. Why is it secret? What is it that they are being taught? And this is nothing new. When I interact with people that come from initiation, the main thing that comes out is they are belligerent. They look down upon others. They don't come out there as better human beings. They come out there as terrible human beings. Should it still be continuing under this secrecy when it creates monsters? So I'm going to be provocative in that regard as to whether we need a different debate. Honorable Soteti spoke about the fact that the government has no role in a healthy family structure. In the contrary, the government has a critical role. When we talk about safe dwellings, safe neighborhoods, that's usually government's responsibility. It's about government structure, it's about rules. When you allow people to squat anywhere, create unsafe habitats, and basically create health hazards and places that can't be secured, that can't be safe, the government is not fulfilling its role towards safe communities. And it goes back to the issue of the community having broken down. I hear the good work that is being done on research about gangs. Gangs are not new. I'm 66. We're also being recruited into gangs in the 60s. But the family was a stable framework on which you could fall back on to prevent you from getting into gangs. There was social solidarity. We had poverty when we grew up, but the community was together. And children from a household in strife were not allowed to go to sleep hungry. They would eat from the neighbor. We would eat together. And it's that aspect of the community that is broken down. There's no amount of policing that's going to prevent you when the family has broken down, when the community has broken down, and when the government does not support families and structures. You know, the issue about gangs is, what are the alternatives? What are we offering kids? There's no afternoon sports activity. There's nothing to engage with. They are idle. The communities have been destroyed. And that's why you don't have the alternatives. The issue, the pressure of crime and gangs is not new. Just that the support and the escapes that communities provided have all but disappeared. And as somebody said, there's a values crisis. And when we grew up, you were not allowed to bring a piece of clothes that was not yours. You're not allowed to come up with something that you cannot explain how you received it. Now, you are welcome. And there's a values crisis. So we need to go back to the issue of how do we restore those values? Just in terms of basic support for families, reorganizing communities. If the communities don't come to the party, if we don't restructure the family, we are in for a hiding. But it also means there are values that need to be changed, where families need to understand that girl children and boy children have to be treated the same. Now, the issue of equality to the CGE. When we're talking about people going to the mountain, Boy Scouts, etc., where does the equality occasion come in? Why is the girl child left behind? Why is there a discrimination and we're trying to fund that form of discrimination? Now, in terms of the judiciary giving light sentences for GBV, they even give light sentences for murder. So there is a problem where we need to focus specifically on South Africa being an enabling environment for crime, because the punishment is like you're sent on a paid holiday for a few years and you can come back. My other question is about what are the percentage of cases that are not making it to court? We've heard that there's a lot of cases that get dropped before they even get to court. Can we get a percentage? And is there an analysis of the time lapse from incident to the lapse of the case? And what are the reasons for the lapse? You know, one of the issues that I have is that there's fatigue. I mean, my daughter's life was taken a year ago. It's only now, tomorrow, that we have to go to court. Now, when you talk about GBV cases, these people have to live with the perpetrators. So when this case is dragged for too long, the social pressure from families for these cases to be dropped. So the time period that it takes is actually part of the contributing factor to the matters not going to court. Because as a survivor or as a victim or as a person living with whatever, you get tired of this matter not being resolved because you are in limbo. You can't move on with your life. So what are we going to do about resourcing the system so that you don't have these long time frames before the matters make it to court, so that people can find closure, people can move on? But remember, with GBV, it's inside the family. And these people have to live together because there's nobody in prison, bail is easy, etc., etc. How do we deal with those factors? And lastly, Chair, the issue about samples and samples disappearing. One of the problems is that we as parliament are creating too much government. When there's an inefficiency, instead of dealing with it, we create another department. Now, we've created a separation from something that was a health responsibility before. Remember, way back, even the postmortems were done by health. They were not separated and put into a police service. So you take a health competence into an area that is not their competence. So if we make the issue of samples being tested and results being made available a responsibility of health, and the police service just being facilitators of ensuring that the samples are taken in time, but we create a system, an ecosystem where health then has the responsibility to collect those samples, to analyze them, and to bring back the results to the police, things would work better, Chair. So for me, Chair, I would also want to hear from the Chair. In terms of research, long term, how would we be funded? Would there be an ability to cooperate with institutions where research occurs, universities, etc.? And how would that work? What would be the key role of the CGE? And how can we help you take this research component forward and ensure that it is properly and adequately resourced? But you're working with the right partners in terms of ensuring it becomes credible research that can be published, that not only we can learn, the rest of the world can also learn from it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leklape. And just on a lighter note, I think we need to see a copy of your ID because I don't think you look 66, that's for sure. There's some type of error there. But thank you very much to all the honourable members. I think I've been largely covered by all of the inputs from our colleagues, but I thought the CEO touched a very important point, and Dr. Leklape also touched it now, the issue of
Apologies, Chair. You will also recognize me. Apologies, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Megan, let's allow for you then to ask your questions. I didn't see your hand, so maybe ask your questions and then I'll just round up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and apologies. I did raise my hand quite late. I do apologize for that. And greeting to honorable members and also to our presenters and the officials that are with us on the platform. And I would like to also, just like the other honorable members, appreciate the presentations that have been made to this portfolio committee and would re-emphasize the importance of such discussions taking place on this particular platform, just bringing an insight and overview of the current status in South Africa, but also allowing for a more robust engagement to take place and for us to have innovative and more forward-thinking ways of interventions and strategies to really mitigate these challenges, which are broadly systematic challenges that are deeply rooted in many of our communities and affecting millions of South Africans. Chairperson, I've been broadly and greatly covered by my colleagues, and one would then want to say, just to add on to what has already been said, to really look at how the research components from all our presenters also give a deep introspection on how this is affecting the elderly. We know that in South Africa, we are seeing more cases of gender-based violence, as honorable members have alluded, and also our presenters. We're also seeing that our victims vary from the elderly to young women, to young boys, to our children. But we're very much silent on how, issues of gender-based violence, issues of substance abuse, issues of gang violence are affecting the elderly generation, which we find that most of the time when these violent acts take place, they are usually the custodians or the direct victims as well, who are ultimately not receiving the necessary support and interventions where necessary. I think just looking at the last presentation regarding positive masculinity, I work with the various organizations when it comes to men's rights and really advocating for abused men and boys across the country and also in the SADC region. And one really wants to understand this
the interpretation of positive masculinity. And I think this needs to be taught not only as part of the presentation to say, how do we have it integrated into our educational curriculum as part of an LO to ensure that there is positive masculinity, but also what do we classify as negative masculinity. And a lot of the time what we have said as part of conducting our own minimal research is to say it's misdirected masculinity. And I would like to see, in terms of the presenter's view on misdirected masculinity, and how this can be taught in terms of positive masculinity in our schooling curriculum, to ensure that even from early childhood development base, our young men are provided with the necessary support and guidance in order for them to be more responsible citizens, to have an understanding, but also really have an interpretation of what this feminist movement is. And I think, Chairperson, what we seem to always forget is to say, how do we educate society on what feminism is without feminism stifling men's right, and also really, how do I say, distancing the two genders from one another. And additionally, on the element on, positive masculinity, how are we doing this when it comes to communities of the LGBTQAI plus as well? And what is the research that is conducted around those particular groups as well, interest groups such as persons with disabilities? What is the greater implication and effects it has on them? And I think Honorable Tiamo spoke about how the important role of even our traditional leaders. We've got traditional practices that take place. How are these affecting young men? Is there a manual that could be drafted, that could be shared with traditional custodians of these practices, where we can ensure that positive masculinity is also part of their inception or part of their practices, and we're able to actually monitor that. Lastly, not lastly on this positive masculinity, Chairperson, it would be, what would the proposal be, also coming from CGE, on how can we monitor the interventions? And I think we always forget to put a formula or a template together in order for us to monitor the progress and development of the interventions that are put forward. And additionally, at a legislative point of view, how are we able to also look at the legislations that promote, positive masculinity, gender equality, gender responsive budgeting? What does that look like from a male's point of view, from a young man's point of view, from a boy child's point of view? And how are they benefiting from, the democratic South Africa? When it comes to elements of gender-based violence, and I think Honorable Tiamo also touched on this, to say this requires a more deeper intervention at a legislative point of view, to say, how do we sort of, I want to say segregate, because I'm not finding the word now, in a way whereby there is a legislation that really guides what gender-based violence is, and also how do we persecute offenders of gender-based violence. And I think that is quite critical for us to really find a remedy to root out elements of gender-based violence and femicide. And I think one of the other political parties, and several other political parties, have spoken to say, how do we have harsher sentences? And where do we learn some of these best practices where we are seeing less cases of gender-based violence? And I think CGE maybe perhaps would be able to also respond to the research that has been collected continentally and globally in terms of best practices from a legislative point of view, from a community development point of view, and also looking at economic and psychosocial support and interventions. The last part, Chairperson, to all the presenters, it would be just speaking to a very specific group, and that would be persons with disabilities, which are known to be the world's largest minority. In terms of the data that is collected, how can we ensure that there is accurate data and data that is collected for us to really see how many young persons with disabilities are involved in gender-based violence? How many of them are faced with misdirected masculinity? How many of them are involved in substance abuse and gangsterism and gang activities? And we have seen cases where children with disabilities are greatly affected, finding themselves in the crossfire, especially when it comes to gang violence activities. How do we ensure that they are equally being protected? And also those that we have conducted research with, especially on the gang violence element, what are we doing to work with the police services to ensure that these perpetrators or these I'm going to say criminals are being captured and are removed from those particular communities? And additionally, what type of resourcing would be recommended in this case for us to have more reinforced effort in addressing, especially when it comes to gang violence? We know where they are taking place in our communities, but it seems that there is less and less action in terms of addressing, the impacts of gang violence. We know who the gang kingpins are. We know who the runners are. We know who the families who hide the weapons and the drugs, etc., are. But what are we doing to educate the broader society? And also, just to see CGE would be in terms of what is the relationship that we're having with Stats SA. And I think that's very important for us to say, is our data corresponding with what is being provided by Stats SA? And how can we have more of a more collaborative effort of contributing additional additional data and statistics to Stats SA to release on all the elements that have been presented in today's session? Because I think this information is the information that, as government, we need in order for us to adequately budget, in order for us to look at legislations that respond to the issues that are on the ground. Chairperson, I'm going to stop there, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We are now running out of time. So I just wanted to add one or two quick questions. So I think one of the themes that are coming out quite clearly, and it was mentioned by the CEO, and Dr. de Klappe also spoke about it, but it's the lenient sentences. And as Dr. de Klappe had said, South Africa being an enabling environment for crime. And quite clearly, there's something wrong with our justice system, and we're not going to be winning the war against gender-based violence or violence in general if the justice system is broken. So I want to know, I know Commissioner Gumede and Commissioner Samai are both advocates, and of course they worked in the field before joining the CGE, but maybe they're better placed, or maybe they can share their insights as to how best we can address some of these challenges. I've thought about this before, and I'm wondering whether we wouldn't require amendments to the Criminal Law Act and the Correctional Services Act to impose, instead of a 25-year minimum sentence for murder, rape, and human trafficking, that we set that bar much higher, maybe at 100 years, without the, without the possibility of parole. Or, it might not be. I'm not a legal person, but I mean, what is it that we're going to be doing to address the issue of, or what is it that we can be doing as lawmakers, or some that we can be proposing as this portfolio committee to address quite clearly the challenges that we are facing in the justice system? Then I think the CEO made a very profound point. In your presentation, you said that the recommendations are there, but unfortunately, if departments don't take them up, nothing will change. So again, and I've asked this before, CEO and Chairperson, how do we compel that change? How do we compel that adherence to your recommendations? What more can be done? Because I feel, the purpose of producing reports is that eventually it must lead to the change that we want to see. But if we're producing reports with good recommendations, we're pointing out the gaps, we're pointing out the shortcomings, we're pointing out the failures, but then we leave it at that, and obviously that must change. Then Dr. Klappe spoke about collaboration, but we recently interacted with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and they gave us quite a comprehensive presentation on gender-based violence. They also proposed or took us through a dashboard or an index. And some of the work that you've been doing, I won't say it's a duplication of work, but I see the need for collaboration. And, are you considering working with our department to further enhance the work that you are doing? Because collaboration with DP, with our department, is not coming through quite clearly in your presentation. Also in 2019, the CGE produced a report titled CGE Institutional Response to the GBV Crisis. What has happened since then that you couldn't find this report and you embarked on a new project? Maybe if you can just give me clarity there. And I'm moving towards closure so that we've got enough time for the responses. But I also wanted to find out, so it's clear that UCT did this work for you. And how was it paid? So is it covered through donor funding? And then does the CGE have adequate human and financial resources to finalize this exercise? Or will you be outsourcing the remainder of this project to its completion? Because you did mention that it will take several years to complete. And if so, have you gone into an agreement or contract with external service providers? And what would be the duration of those agreements? And then my last question, is the CGE considering looking at our national strategic plan? You know, this is the key document for government that guides our response in terms of our fight against gender-based violence. But I've got serious questions with regards to its effectiveness and would like to know whether the CGE intends also maybe possibly looking at the NSP and whether it's working or not. And let me leave it at that. I'm going to hand back over, but I'm going to ask Mr. Brown to start off with your responses, and then I'll hand back to you, Chairperson and CEO, just to deal with all the responses. Thank you very much. Mr. Brown?
Thank you so much. And there's so much that have been asked and comments made, and I will endeavor to respond to just a few in broad terms, and in no order of the way it was asked. So I'll just jump from here to there. There are general themes throughout the questions, but the first one that I wanted to just mention, why is this important, especially in the work of Parliament? The reason why there's a conversation at this level, and I will come back to, and that it is also happening with other sectors of society, but at this level, it is because the crisis of masculinity is not an isolated social issue. This crisis intersects directly with a core mandate of government, justice, safety, education, health, economic development, social development, and social cohesion. So the crisis of masculinity intersects with the work of government and the work of legislators. It is to try and find a way towards how to hold the very complex role. On the one hand, it is to make sure that there is laws in place to deal with perpetrators, etc. And on the other hand, there's also the very fundamental requirement to do healing work and to transform people. So it's a very delicate challenge for lawmakers to look at. On the one hand, making sure that there is sufficient legislative and legal things to protect people and to enforce certain laws, and on the other hand is to do deep interventions into a systemic illness. We cannot reduce gender-based violence without, I believe, without transforming the internal worlds and the internal wounds of men. It's just not possible. We cannot address youth delinquency without addressing the absence of healthy masculine initiation. Whatever that initiation may look like, it may not just be the one that has been referred to, but there are various ways of initiating. And we cannot build peaceful communities if men are taught in various ways to repress their emotions, to detach themselves, or to explode. And the current government frameworks, including the National Strategic Plan on GBV and F, school safety initiatives, employment programs are vital, yet they fall short unless they accompanied by deeper psycho-spiritual transformation. So I think that is just a very important point to make. One of the questions that were asked, or a comment that was made around coaching and mentorship, given the crisis, I think what is really required at the moment is for all hands on deck to build a capacity through creating a really large mentorship and coaching community that can really be available, like a powerful movement of coaches and mentors to support especially young men who is really caught in this crisis, in this quagmire. So I think more work needs to be done around that, more conversations needs to be held around that, but it is an imperative to create a really powerful, nationally based coaching and mentorship community that is trained and supported, and capacity is provided to them. It's not a pie in the sky idea. It happens in many other societies where they've built powerful social interventions. I think that comment came from Honorable Tsotetsi. The other issues around how do we measure effectiveness? I mean, that is an age-old question, really. How do we measure effectiveness? And there's no clear answer to that, but some of the responses that I can give is the effectiveness in our case is measured through, first of all, ongoing interviews, surveys, etc., to look at, so have you shifted? Have you done what you committed to do? Has it impacted a community around you, or a circle of people around you? So there's ongoing, and we are in conversation with the Department of Psychology at the University of Stellenbosch to support us in rolling out a really effective, almost a monitoring and evaluation program to see how this is really effective. But it also happens through the coaching, because through our follow-up coaching with the people attending these retreats, for example, is to have a program of holding them accountable to see to what degree their decisions and their choices coming from these retreats, how their choices are now showing up in the real world, and for the coach to hold them accountable to these new choices. So there are a diversity of measures that we use, but these measures we have to build efficacy around us. It's new, so we have to build. But with the conversations that we're having with the psychology department at the university, in partnership with this African Center, I think we will build a efficacy around how do we judge or measure effectiveness of all the interventions, not just the retreats. And then there was an issue around do we engage with all sectors or stakeholders, and particularly around the intervention or input from women or the feminist perspective. I think that's so fundamental. We cannot do this work without a collaborative and communal responsibility and strategies and programs. And so we do with all, with minimal resources, but we do endeavor as far as we go to have the collaboration of women in our programs. They serve on the board of trustees of our African Center to make sure that this is not some exclusive male matter, but this is a societal matter. So we do that, and we also, at our retreats, we get women to come to these retreats and engage directly and challenge the men on these retreats directly and have conversations with them, and also to offer wisdom and perspectives and so on. I think that was a comment that came from Honorable Spies. And then Honorable Kanile spoke about what tools do we use to get people involved so that we don't just get the converted onto these programs. I think the one comment that I can make about that is most of these programs will be, and these retreats especially, are attended by men who have an urgency of transformation. They want to change, they want to become better, but they don't have the tools, and without the tools, they can just fall back into old toxic patterns. And so most of the times, the people who come on these retreats are showing they're demonstrating some readiness to become part of a transformational process. And they fill in all kinds of applications, and they have to motivate why they are there. They have to really show that they are really committed and interested, because these retreats are not mass retreats. These are to create real bearers of capacity, of knowledge, of wisdom. And so they are trained and given wisdom on these retreats, and it's real deep transformational. So that's a comment that I want to make about that. But obviously, as we grow and as this urgency of healing becomes more pronounced, then you can start rolling out these things to society so widely that it isn't just those that are ready, but it's those that are at risk especially. But I do know there are many other institutions or NGOs or social organizations at various levels that are doing work with young men especially who are at risk, and they're doing some really great work. And how do we currently manage to do this work? We do this through the generosity of philanthropy and raising the funds to support mostly men who otherwise cannot afford to go to these really magnificent wilderness retreats. We have it in the most exquisite locations. And without us having the funds available for these men, many of them would not be able to attend these interventions. And so we raise the resources to make it possible for men, particularly those who cannot afford. Most of them cannot afford it. Even if you're middle class, you can't really afford the kind of prices that these retreats cost nowadays. So we do depend on various philanthropy support, as well as various other fundraising initiatives. As it becomes bigger, and government and the legislature becomes involved, then I think, as I said in my presentation at the beginning, we need to integrate the development of programs to heal men, to build a healthy masculine society. We need to integrate that into government programs, strategy, and budgets into the future. But we need to create a real national consciousness around the importance of this matter. So I think Dr. Leklape also made a very, very valuable comment about the issue of healthy masculinity. I can only respond to that by saying that is precisely why a national dialogue has to happen to really unpack what we mean by healthy masculinity, because healthy masculinity, as Dr. Letlape correctly stated, is not about protecting the vulnerable, but it is to heal society, is for all of us to be in the same space, to create social solidarity, as he said. I'm paraphrasing him now, but to create social solidarity, and more especially to create an opportunity for society to remember values and virtues of our society, values and virtues that sustained communities, that sustained different sectors of society. And so I think I can only say that, and the last speaker also made reference to what is healthy masculinity. And here again, I think those are philosophical matters that we need to put on the national agenda for dialogue and for conversation. And I really hope that this committee could become the driver of convening a national dialogue around healthy masculinity and the healing of men in society. Just as a matter of interest, and in conclusion, I want to say that with initiation schools, as a matter of interest, one of the retreats that we are having towards the end of the year will be attended by men who conduct initiation schools, precisely to get them engaged in conversation around how do these men who come on these who come for initiation, how do they emerge at the end of their time in the mountain or the bush or wherever. So this is one thing that I feel really excited about, that we're going to have the men who are the shepherds of these initiation schools. That's some of them, about 12 or 15 of them, are going to attend a 5-day retreat. So that's a very interesting, just a little bit of information there. So I think that is more or less how I can respond to the issues raised by the honourable members, but it's really a lot of important ingredients for thinking and doing more work and more research. I really do look forward to more engagement with you, and look forward to your support in getting us to engage with other departments or other committees as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I'm going to hand back to you, Chairperson, and also to the CEO of the CGE.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I will just respond to 2 issues, and the rest, CEO and the person representing the research department will respond to those. Just to say, as I pointed out, I think I didn't amplify it enough. The hearings that we held last year with all the duty bearers of the entire security cluster in the KZN province was actually part of us putting a deep stick to see how far NSP has been implemented, is impactful, if at all, and what the gaps are. So we are dealing with it now. But I also just want to emphasize that there is a government department, not even government department, several who have got duty around the issue of the NSP. And I would like this committee to actually follow up and say, how far are you in implementing that? Why I say so is because we are doing our bit, but as you may be aware, our mandate is the biggest and the most difficult of all the section, of all the Chapter 9 institutions, all 6 of them. Ours is the biggest and most difficult because ours says overhaul society as we have known it for a number of thousand years. It's gender equality. So we just survive by putting dipsticks in all sorts of areas. We do not focus only on GBV. So ours is quite a tall order, and we would really appreciate if you know, you through the powers that you have could actually call on the other stakeholders of the NSP, because it is a government strategy to actually say, how far are you with regards to that? We are already doing our bit. Then I also just wanted to clarify the issue of sentences. Our sentences in South Africa, contrary to popular belief, are very stiff. We've got the Criminal Law Amendment Act number 51 of 1997, which talks about life and minimum 10 years for this, minimum 15 years for this. It is in the courts where things fall apart. It is in prosecution where deals are made and things fall apart. It's with policing where there isn't sufficient evidence to warrant the harshest of sentences sometimes. And then there's plea deals just there. So it's important that we familiarize ourselves with those so that when you call on some of these duty bearers and stakeholders to find out how is it that things fall apart. But in our inquiry, which we have announced, wherein we are going to start with the pre-crime environment, as Dr. Letlape eloquently put it, about the enabling environment for communities to flourish in safety. That's where we're going to start, right up to healing when someone has been released. Is there healing at all inside the DCS centers as well as reception in the community? Is there anything like that? Why do we have a rotating door a situation with regards to crime and people who have served sentences, some of them very harsh? So we're hoping the inquiry will answer some of that. But Criminal Law Amendment Act 51 of 1997 was overhauled, and all the time it is being tightened. Something is not right somewhere, but it is not about the sentences that have been recommended that are on paper. It's something along the value chain, the assembly line of ensuring that criminals are correctly convicted. Thanks. So with those 2 points, I will then hand over to CO. CO, I don't know how you'll work it out with Dieketsing in terms of responding to some of the questions that have been asked. Thank you. Over to you, CO.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first question I picked up here was that we need to look at the issue of the high schools. We take note of that. There was a question in our gang study. Why did we include Eastern Cape? We've highlighted in the study that it's one of the, from a literature perspective, it does reflect as one of the provinces where gangsterism is quite prevalent. How do we justify the outsourcing? Chairperson, we have indicated here that we have budgetary constraints as the Commission, and we are currently collaborating with UNFPA in terms of this process, where they are also contributing monies and resources towards the realization of a GBV index. Thus far, they have committed $15,000 to kickstart the process in 2025, and they have pledged a total amount of $48,000 broadly towards the project itself. And we are literally just relying on some of these donors to make sure that we come up with transformative programs or initiatives that will help the country to move forward. So we will, with time, obviously tap into other resources such as universities when the need arises to say, how can you assist for us to progressively realize the aspiration of this initiative? What is the role of the CG in terms of ensuring that the strategy is publicized? We are currently embarking on a broad engagement with stakeholders that are affected by all CGE reports. And the purpose is to really ensure that all those identified institutions kickstart processes of implementing recommendations or provide us with progress reports in terms of implementing our recommendations. In the Western Cape, we've already had a stakeholder engagement around the gang study as well, just to sensitize people and communities around the issues and the expectations that we have from the identified role players there. So we are actually doing that from our end. As we indicated in our study, there is no reason why the strategy is not publicized. It's denying actually the members of the public the opportunity to deal with the issues largely. So we are actually engaging with the department so that strategy we can understand why is it not being publicized so that we can start to deal with it. In terms of the collaboration with DSD, why don't we have a specific action plan so that we can combat GBV? You'll recall, Chairperson, from the NSP, there are specific things that a specific department must do. And CG is highlighted as the institution that will monitor the implementation thereof. So I think we need to also make sure that we draw distinction of the departments that must really provide services and us as a constitutional body that is tasked with monitoring whether such things are done. We have done a study already in terms of the progress of the NSP, a 2-year study. We have highlighted the gaps that have been identified in terms of the milestones that were made for 2 years. And largely, we've indicated that the issue of data, Chairperson, and coordination still remains a challenge there. And that's the report that we have produced there. We're further now engaged with the institutions so that they can start to commit to some of the areas that they were tasked to do from that perspective. So our chair is to monitor and then persuade institutions to really do what is expected of them. Chair, there's a question around the age group. Why did we focus on, the age 21 to 65? Shouldn't we be focusing also on the group that is the minor children and so forth? Chair, we note that, but from our study, I think we did make reference to the fact that this group in particular, there is little consideration that is often made in terms of literature. More literature is centering around women and children largely. But there's also an additional challenge that we must acknowledge from a research perspective when you deal with minor children. We had a study on teenage or adolescent pregnancy in the commission, and we saw some of the complexities that arose as a result of engaging children in terms of the discourse itself. So we need to have careful consideration when it involves children so that we don't subject them to any form of emotional distress as a result of this study. So those are the areas that we consider when we focus on specific groups. There's a question around Mpumalanga report pertaining to the GBV. Where are we with that? The report is ready. In fact, we've just tabled it, I think last week, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be guided by the committee when we should come and present such a report. So we are ready on that. There was a question on what recommendations do we have pertaining to absent fathers, what really needs to be done in that space. Our report makes reference to the need to intensify parental programs in that space by the Department of Social Development, because there's that gap. The reality is that gap, when people or these boys, they need belonging, when mothers are left to take care of households, how can they be assisted? There was a question around the statistics, thanks to us, Dr. Letlape, on the reported cases So we have actually asked the National Prosecuting Authority to give us the statistics, and they could not give us even those statistics. And from the Mpumalanga report, which we'll still present to you, we've highlighted the need to have a centralized system between the National Prosecuting Authority as well as the South African Police Service so that we can close that gap. So the mere fact that the duty bearers themselves could not explain how many of these cases had fall between the cracks, it was a red flag for us. Hence, in the recommendation, we said they must have that digitized, centralized system so that we can close the gap there. And the concern, Chair, Honorable Tlape, on the timelines to resolve a matter and the long-term effect actually on families to receive closure. Chair, you know, the moment you enter a Section 115 process, when you're an accused person, ordinarily you will expect that court proceedings are going to exceed over 12 months. Only when a 112 process is entered, then you are expecting that perhaps maybe an outcome will be delivered within a period of 12 months or less than 12 months. But 115 process always, it's taking too much time. And of course, it has impact on the outcome of the case, the preparations as well. But this is where, from our study, we say it becomes important that when a 115 process is entered into, we have enough supporting systems, such as the Tutuzela care centers, to make sure that there is constant preparation. There are not going to be gaps because of lack of supporting systems that will enable witnesses to testify amongst them. But there's another dynamic in terms of what really contributes to the delay of such cases there. Some are part of the system, some are intentional, but the reality is that we need to look at how we can improve or overhaul the system so that access to justice is immediately recognized. There was a question around initiation schools. What are we doing in that space? Chair, we have already done a study on initiation schools. We also met with the Minister of COCTA to look at how we can collaborate to address challenges that emanate from initiation schools. And I do recall that there was a commitment on how we are going to be brought up to speed regarding internal and institutional engagements that are taken by COCTA. As of late, the minister has given us, based on our concerns, the opportunity to provide inputs into the customer initiation bill. I think it's closing sometime in September. We will, from a regulatory perspective, we will be providing such inputs. But in provinces such as the Eastern Cape, we constantly work with the civil society to deal with the challenges that arise out of initiation schools. And we collaborate also with the Serial Rights Commission because there's also a room for their mandate to also be considered. And then, Chairperson, I noted the other questions around the number of persons. If I missed, Chairperson, I'll be reminded or be given indulgence to respond in writing. But there were questions around the number of persons with disability involved in GBV. And with respect, Chairperson, this is where the Department of Social Development and other duty bearers, they need to come in. Stats SA amongst others, because they are the custodians of these statistics. From our perspective, we monitor and we evaluate the practices of the state to the extent that they promote or fail to promote gender equality. From this perspective, we have said firstly to Stats SA, we have noticed that their statistics also, they are not gender disaggregated. And therefore, it closes out a certain number of persons in society. But they are the custodians of such statistics. SAPS is the custodian. DSD, from its perspective, it is the relevant department that could provide that data. But we are saying from an index perspective, Chair, and as a part of administrative data, we will start to collate all this data from all these duty bearers and feed into the national hub so that we are able to track those trends from that perspective. So I hope once, Chair, we are done with the index, challenges around statistics, we will be able to, or questions rather around statistics, we'll be able to respond with more confidence. But as it is now, Chair, we don't have the actual numbers because the same duty bearers are unable at times to provide us with the statistics. And I've noted the need, Chair, for us to focus on other groups such as disability and LGBTI persons. That is noted, Chair. We are exactly looking at some of these issues, but not as a focus area when we are looking at transformative engagement. It's not a focus area. It's part of the broader issue that we take into consideration, especially in the place of work. To what extent are policies diversified? To what extent are they promoting inclusivity? To what extent disability is considered in the employment? And to what extent the employment practices are also put in place to make sure that issues of disabilities, reasonable accommodation, amongst others, is prioritized to make sure that no one is discriminated against unfairly. And I'll rush to say to the chairperson as a view around the lenient sentences. Chair, as long as the law permits that as long as you are able to provide substantive and compelling reasons why the court should deviate from the prescribed minimum sentences, we are not going to win. But then there's an interlink, because the judiciary is using that to deviate from the prescribed minimum sentences. But the interlink, therefore, is the Department of Correctional Services. It says if you are now going to keep people longer in the system, it has a problem in terms of overcrowding, which they are unable to manage from our perspective. So it requires a very careful balance of interest here. Do we want to keep people in jail? And how do we, when we keep them in jail, how do we ensure that we mitigate the issue of overcrowding, which on its own, Chair, from our research study, has highlighted that it violates a number of human rights. So we need to then look at the overall how the law is being implemented for us to determine whether the issue of lenient sentences may be a contributing factor towards the increase of gender-based violence cases in South Africa. Chairperson, I just try to rush because I know you said until 1. If I'm allowed, I'll ask my colleague to close any gaps in terms of the questions that I have not answered, Chairperson. Thank you.
Please hand over to your colleague, and then because I also asked for an input from 2 commissioners.
Okay.
But let's first ask your colleague, and then we will proceed.
All right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO, but I think you have covered everything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. I think I just wanted to, before we ask Commissioner Gumede and Samai if they want to add something, I just wanted to say on the issue of the National Strategic Plan, our Portfolio Committee will definitely be prioritizing our oversight responsibilities in terms of that plan. We've already decided that with the 16 Days of Activism campaign in November, we will be setting aside 3 days for public hearings, specifically on the NSP, and we will be calling all key departments to come and account. And we will also be extending an invitation to the CGE. I'm glad the CEO touched on the issues of lenient sentencing, but I think the point that I was trying to make is we are all very aware of Section 51 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1997, which sets out minimum sentencing for life or for serious offenses. But life in jail means that after 25 years, you become eligible for parole. Now, we think about Oscar Pistorius. He was sentenced for 13 years. He served 9 years in jail. And then just recently, an Eastern Cape man was sentenced he got 8 life sentences for the murder, robbery, kidnapping, and assault of a woman. And the question then becomes, should that not be the bar that we set? I hear what you're saying, CEO, to say there's a human rights question in terms of the overcrowding of prisons. But how do we balance that? Because at the end of the day, we've got a country at war with itself. On each street corner, in each community, gender-based violence is not abating. And so then the question becomes, is 25 years in jail, where after that is the maximum sentence you can give anybody for murder or become eligible for parole, is that enough? Or should we move to more harsher sentences like this, 8 life terms? And that was really the question. We do understand the provisions in the acts, the various acts, and even the Correctional Services Act 111 of 1998. But I guess it requires more interrogation at another stage. I wanted to ask the two commissioners before we close the meeting. Commissioner Gumede, Commissioner Samai, if you are still on the platform.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Portfolio Committee.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to say thank you again. I do think that our CEO has answered many of the questions, but just to also note that this particular report, which is the index, also comes from a previous report, and many of the issues that was adopted by this by the previous portfolio committee and even Parliament was for this particular index to be developed. And I think that we need to be able to just move in terms of that trajectory. I know that there were many questions which we might not be able to answer because these two reports are actually limited to what the CEO indicated it would be, to be able to develop a GBV index which is aligned with a range of, for example, firstly, the NSP, which also asked for it. Secondly, also international standards, and to be able to guide us in terms of the data and where we need to be able to ensure that programs and projects of government is aligned to. But with regard to the minimum sentencing, I do honestly believe that we do need more training around the minimum sentencing legislation. But in addition to that, and it's something that we don't speak about, is that the issue, and I'm just going to place it here, is the issue broadly around restorative justice. And where does that fit into, the various pieces of legislation? We also have the GBV Act that was amended, which deals with issues that is fundamental around consent. However, we need to just allow the pieces of legislation to be implemented. And I think our challenge is around implementation. But I do think, like I indicated, if there is any specific questions around the report of the index, but I think key progress have been made around stakeholder engagement, the core data sources, the mapping of the survey. It's not going to be easy. And also our CEO acknowledged that there's limited access to data on children, the LGBTIQ, and also persons with disabilities, but it's something which is being addressed because we need to finalize the definition of GBV. Although this is in the Domestic Violence Act, it's in pieces of legislation, it needs to be addressed on a psychological, economic, as well as broadly cultural harm. And also the next steps obviously is going to be to get the GBV index prototype. It's something that's needed. And the entire JCPS cluster, the data holding departments like DSD, DOJ, SAPS, really need to look at and see how we can take this further, because CGE is actually driving a process that had to happen long time ago. And like I indicated, it forms part of the outputs of the National Steering Committee in relation to the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. I know I can go on, Chairperson, in relation to these issues, but I think maybe an opportunity to even write, in terms of some of the questions. But I do know that both reports actually highlight the issues that have been addressed in this portfolio committee, and just to be able to move forward and get this particular index. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you for those inputs, and it's definitely an ongoing discussion. Commissioner Kumere?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. So my understanding of your question is essentially about legislative reforms that can be impactful beyond what we already have in place. So I'm not going to touch on what we have in place. I'm going to touch on perhaps where we should be moving, especially as a matter of legislative reform. So last year, the Commission for Gender Equality in the beginning of the year undertook a process where we reviewed where we are as an institution and where we would like to go in terms of some of the gaps that we've seen in society at large and the interventionist role that the Commission can actually play. And some of the areas that we had identified is, in fact, as within the children and youth sector, with the LGBTQIA plus sector, as well as with persons with disabilities. And also looking at the institution really becoming a source of authority from a learning and education and development and social re-socialization perspective. And I think there are a number of things that we've looked into, like, schools and children, disaggregated data, compulsory education within schools and institutions of higher education. And in particular, I think the Cwecwe matter has raised something that has been a tremendous issue in South Africa, but has been shoved under the carpet, very unfortunately so, which is the issue of school-related gender-based violence. It is a massive issue, but not only in South Africa, across the globe, it is a tremendous issue. And one of the reasons, some of the factors contributing to school-related gender-based violence being so pervasive is because of the poor coordination of people who are in the justice ecosystem, and most importantly, because of the lack of disaggregated data insofar as this is concerned. And that also ties into the lack of data about the LGBTQIA plus community, the lack of data about persons with disabilities. In fact, the people who are most affected by school-related gender-based violence in South Africa and in the world are persons with disabilities, the LGBTQIA plus community, girls, and people coming from indigent communities. There's also a misunderstanding of what it is. So people think it just is physical assault. It's actually beyond that. It's about behaviors and attitudes that reinforce gender discrimination and violence, not only to the students, but even to the teachers themselves. And it occurs inside of the school premises, just outside school premises, and also when children or teachers go out on excursions for sporting outings, etc. So there's a misconception and a misunderstanding of what it is. And so then when there's a misunderstanding and a misconception, things like gangsterism become pervasive, because when the conception itself is misunderstood, it then cannot be adequately addressed. So these are some of the areas that we're looking to penetrate. But I think part of what yourselves, the committee and legislature, or the legislature can play, the role that you can play is in ensuring that there is adequate education about gender and norms, healthy social gender norms that is embedded within curriculums at schools. And this goes beyond the life skills curriculum. If we've kind of thrown everything into the life skills subject, and it's just not adequate. It even goes as deep as biology being taught from a very binary perspective, and excluding even persons with disabilities from that discourse. We learn about mathematics, we learn about science, but we hardly teach young people and children about how to relate with one another, how to relate as human beings in our society. And so that also touches on what the previous honorable member had mentioned about dispelling the notion of men having to step up to be protectors and providers, because those things reinforce violence in our society. When boys are socialized to believe that they have to do whatever it takes to survive and to provide in our society, whether it means stealing, whether it means being violent, whether it means doing all of these kind of toxic or performing these toxic masculine traits, it does nothing for our society other than to reinforce violence in our society. And ultimately, the people who are harmed are not only women and children by that violence, but even men themselves who commit suicide under the pressure of an economy that's not growing, under the pressure of the standards that they see in music videos and in arts and culture and in social media. So I think that's kind of the base. I agree with what Honorable Jasmine said, is that if you focus on, amongst other things, of course, but if there is a focus on how we raise our children and young people in society, and ensuring that we dispel these very toxic and poisonous perceptions, attitudes, behaviors, and views. By the time these people are adults, they become constructive, healthy human beings who can be productive in society at large. The other area of intervention, very important for legislative reform, Chairperson, is social media and the internet. You know, we've kind of allowed the infiltration of the fourth industrial revolution and the ideologies of the West about communication and information. We've allowed it to infiltrate our society without scrutinization. And as a result, there's been an infestation of whatever foreign people believe about how our society should be evolving and developing. There is an infestation of toxic, poisonous ideologies and attitudes, and one of them being the red pill movement. The red pill movement is absolutely dangerous for young boys and girls and queer people who are growing up in our society. And it is unhinged. There's almost no one who is touching on it and doing anything about it. In fact, there were complaints from school teachers about the fact that young boys are now using derogatory terms to refer to girls in schools, and that some of the progress that has been made over the years, that has also been attributed to the work of the CG, of course, is regressing, because you have got this information that's flooding in from different places and from people who monetize from this poisonous, violent content. It is flooding in, and there is no one who is a barrier between that content and information and children, because ultimately we need to have our devices, we need to have access to information, but there's no barrier between how this information comes in and what impact it has on society. There was a study that was done that found that young boys are targeted by algorithms online to see violent videos. So as soon as a boy comes online, they see videos, for example, of someone being bumped by a car or someone being killed. They are targeted for that very specific imagery. And so by the time a boy becomes a teenager, all they are familiar with is violence. And then if you couple that with the red pill movement that teaches misogyny to young boys and teaches young girls to submit to misogyny and to patriarchy, then you've got something that is incredibly explosive and is going to be a tremendous contributing factor to the surge of violence that we're seeing in our society. We now have got violence being perpetuated by children in schools, in primary schools, and in universities. And that speaks to how we are having a problem with our socialization. The pressure by social media to have money, to use alcohol as a way of demonstrating success. Those things come from a flooding of information from social media, but also from music videos and from the movies that we are watching, that perpetuate men and boys associating with the use of drugs and of alcohol, hypersexualization and sex, and therefore the objectification of girls and of women. And so from a legislative reform perspective, we do have to put down the hammer and to say enough. And what is the type of content that is healthy for a child that is still growing in our society to see? And not just a child, Chairperson, but even adults. It is toxic even for a grown man to see themselves as having to be hyper-productive in a society that is against them being productive and financially stable, that pushes the consumption of alcohol and of drugs, and it celebrates hypersexuality amongst men and women. So for everyone in our society, all of this, not just for children, but for every single human being in our society, this stuff reinforces violence. And we need to now begin to legislate in such a way to say, enough, we don't want this type of information. It is damaging to the progress, the substantive progress that we've made as an institution, as well as society and as a democracy at large. So that's my view on, and also where the institution is trying to go in trying to include the different people who've been excluded in the past, and who remain a minority in our society. That's where we're pushing towards. And of course, remember that this report is a report from the previous years, and the research was done in previous years, but that is where we're moving. And I think we're putting it on the table for these to be some of the factors and areas that our legislatures are looking into in terms of legislative reform that can make sure that we are not just reacting, but we are also preventing social decay and moral decay in our society that we've been experiencing over the past couple of decades and centuries, quite frankly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much to the commissioners. I realize that you're not the only legal experts here at the CGE. I know the chairperson is also an advocate, and I know that deputy chairperson is also legally trained. And I would have wanted to give everybody an opportunity to speak, but unfortunately we are completely out of time. But mine, I need to move towards closure, but I think I just want to say thank you very much to Mr. Brown. We will definitely be considering your proposal for a national dialogue. As I've indicated, we need to look at issues such as reforms when it comes to our judicial system. We will be oversighting the NSP. We've already got plans in place for that. Thank you also very much to the CG. I think this morning's engagement was very important when we talk about a whole of society approach to tackle the issues of gender-based violence, to tackle the issues of violence in general. These type of discussions are very important because it moves us forward in terms of identifying the various challenges and what we as lawmakers should be prioritizing. However, I want to say nothing happens. We don't take those recommendations seriously, we don't implement them, and so it doesn't lead to the change that we desire. But that having been said, colleagues, this is ongoing work. We thank the CGE for their time, Mr. Brown for your time. Thank you to all the stakeholders. Thank you to all the MPs for your participation this morning. Thank you to our support staff. Colleagues, there's no time now for us to look at our minutes. I will make time next week before we engage Treasury so that we adopt our minutes. Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a wonderful afternoon. It's the youth debate this afternoon, so we need to rush to the National Assembly. Thank you so much, colleagues. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye.
What's so funny, Chairperson?